Sure. You're muted. So Ginny has a new chime, thanks to Will. So she's just going to test it real quick because we haven't done it actually on a call. So this is the sound for public comment. That's louder. I think people will hear that. Okay. Is it too loud, Beth? You look like. So yeah, it's a little louder than the ding. But we're trying to get something
more or less entertaining.
More or less entertaining, yes. Slightly more official. Okay, so we will get started. Welcome to the RSU 5 Board of Directors meeting. It is Wednesday, August 12th, 2020, and we will call the meeting to order pursuant to subsection 403A of the 1 MRSA. Will now confirm that each member of the RSU 5 Board of Directors can both hear and be heard. We'll do this by calling the roll. Members present, be pleasant too, but present, are asked to say yes, and we ask that all members remain in listen-only mode and report any audio difficulties when the roll call is complete. Jeremy Clough.
Yes.
Candy DeSipkis.
Yes.
Dwight Ely.
Yes.
Lindsay Fertney.
Yes.
Jen Galetta.
Yes.
Susanna Hancock.
Yes.
Elizabeth Munson.
Yes.
Mara Pillsbury.
Yes.
I am here. Vali Steverlink.
Yes.
Maddie Vertenten.
Yes.
And Liam Hornschild-Bear.
Yes.
Thank you, Liam. Okay, so we will now confirm that members of the public that are remotely attending the meeting are able to hear the members. We ask that if members of the public are experiencing technical difficulties during the meeting tonight, you can send an email to our tech staff member who is monitoring his email, Keith Andrews, at andrewsk@rsu5.org. So you'll notice that this evening's meeting is a slightly different format than what we've had at our previous board meetings. And anyone who joined in last week at the start of the meeting will understand why we changed the format a bit due to some inappropriate behavior at last week's meeting that Dr. Foley will speak to a little bit deeper in the beginning of her update. We have changed the look of the meetings. So members of the public will only be able to see the board members and the administrators on their screen. When members of the public speak, only their audio will be available to both the board and the public. So panelists are the members of the board as well as the administrators, and then everyone else calling in is calling in as an attendee status. And so once we get to the public comment portion of the meeting, the functionality of raising your hand will be the same as it has been in our prior meetings. You'll raise your hand and we will call on community members in the order that the hands go up, at which point Ginny will bring you into the meeting and unmute your microphone, and you'll have the opportunity to share with the meeting your comments. So citizens and staff members of RSU 5 will have the opportunity to speak during public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes apiece. You'll hear a tone at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. That's what Ginny just tested for everyone, alerting you that your time is almost up. If you are a citizen, please state your name and the town. If you're a staff member, please state your name and your position with RSU 5. And we do have about 100 attendees on the call already, and more might be joining in. Just from a timing standpoint, in an effort to make sure that we have the time to hear from as many different folks in the community as possible. If you have previously spoken to this subject last week, perhaps consider allowing new folks to speak this evening. And we just want to make sure that the board has sufficient time to deliberate and ideally come to a vote tonight so that plans can be put into motion for the start of school. So with that, we will move along with our agenda, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adjustments to the agenda, I don't believe we have any, so we will get right to our unfinished business and start with an update from the superintendent on the reopening of schools. Dr. Foley.
All right, thank you all. I do want to start out by apologizing to our audience about what happened at last week's board meeting with the Zoom bombers. We feel like we should be able to conduct a meeting without being subjected to racial slurs and inappropriate images. And we really feel like we've updated our system in a way that does so that this does not occur again. And RSU 5 has absolutely zero tolerance for such racist, inappropriate behavior. And we really want to apologize that anyone had to be subjected to that. So before the board begins deliberations, I'd like to provide a few updates from our last meeting and from questions that I have received from the board since last week. So it will probably be a little bit lengthy, but I think it's important information to get to you before you begin your deliberations. And I want to thank the community members. We sent the survey out yesterday asking them what their intentions were about sending their students to school if the board adopted the hybrid model. And I have been so impressed with the people who've taken the time to answer the survey. So far we have 1,079 students that we've heard from the parents. So that's over 50% of our population. So I believe that we can really use this data to go forth with planning with whatever the board decides. So almost 90%, 89% of those responding said yes, they will send their students to school if the board adopts the hybrid model. 11%, which were 124 of the respondents are saying that they're going to opt out, but 100 of those 124 are going to opt into our remote learning option. So we have about 24 that have decided to either homeschool or send to either a private or religious school. So thank you for that. Also, we learned from that survey that 55% of the parents can transport in the morning their students to school, and 48% can transport in the afternoon. So I truly believe that that resolves any concerns that we had previously about transportation in the hybrid model. So one of the questions I was asked by a board member is, what's really preventing us from opening? And so I just kind of want to go over that. So we know that the DOE has given us the green light to send all of our students back. And we also know that the CDC has put out some guidelines that they feel like we need to meet as we think about the reopening. One of those is the symptom screening at home before coming to school. And we are ready to go on that. As I reported last time, we have chosen an app called Frontline, and all that needs to be done is for that needs to start being installed on teachers' computers, and for us to put it out to parents once we know what model we're going in. The second area is around face coverings. We have plenty of those. If any board members want specifics, I can have Bonnie Violet go into the details around that. Hand hygiene, we have plenty of hand sanitizer on hand. We have at this point, I think something like 340 gallons. And so we need to install the receptacles in each classroom. They're here. We're starting to install those. I see no problem with getting that done before we open. PPE, I know we reported last week that some of the things had not been delivered. We received a huge order today. Bonnie Violet went and kind of looked at that to see what we have, and there's not anything that we currently need to open that we do not have. We're also going to put in place, we're going to designate a district person to keep track of that, so that as we get low, that we're ordering far enough in advance so that there's not an issue around that. Return to school after illness, we do have a protocol around that. And then the last one is the physical distancing and facilities. And this is really why I'm wanting to enter in the hybrid versus the green. We want to go slow. We want to do it well so that we can get to green. I feel this is the safest route and is in the best interest of our students. It allows us to get kids back and figure out some of the challenges that we really can't figure out until we have those kids in the hallway walking around. So those are some of our bigger concerns about how do we ensure adequate spacing in the hallways when we're changing classrooms. How do we ensure that we can do 6 feet between all students at lunchtime? And so we're kind of requesting the month of September to figure all of that out. We feel confident that we can do that in the hybrid. We just need to see that, you know, in the workings, and then we'll be able to figure out how to do it for green. So the facilities, probably the biggest question that I've been hearing is how about the ventilation? And we will have all of our systems mechanically sound before the beginning of school. We have a maintenance agreement with mechanical services that we've had for over 23 years. The engineer lives in Durham, the owner lives in Freeport, and they are committed to working with RSU 5 and making sure that all of our systems are working properly. At Moore Street School, we have already inspected that school to ensure adequate ventilation. A third party was brought in by mechanical services to do the air balancing. There were some dampers that were not working properly in some of the units. There were some exhaust fans that needed some repairs. All of these repairs have become and will be completed by the beginning of school, whether that is on August 26th or whenever the board decides this evening that we will begin school. And mechanical services has verified this to me as of today when I was speaking with their engineer. The same is true for Freeport Middle School. We have the inspection scheduled for this Saturday at Pownell Elementary School. So I thank Mechanical Services for arranging them to even work on the weekends. At Mass Landing School, that is scheduled for the 24th. At Durham, the 25th. For Freeport High School for the 26th and the 27th. And the reason that those last 2 schools are as late as they are is that we have really no concerns around those buildings. They're our newest buildings or our most newly renovated. When doing these inspections, the experts at Mechanical Services are working to optimize air exchange to help mitigate the likelihood of contracting COVID through air particles. And as we all know about this virus, there are no guarantees. Their advice at Mechanical Services was to increase the outside air, optimize your systems, and extend the time they are operating. We have extended the time our systems are operating by 9 hours each day. They do not recommend running them for 24 hours as it's better to shut them off before completing your daily cleaning. As the cold weather arrives, we will have them come in again to adjust for a higher airflow, as I've learned is needed in the winter months. The engineer at Mechanical Services reported to me today that fans add comfort but don't really impact the ventilation. I asked Mechanical Services today to look into, because of the concerns at Moore Street, a more extensive audit, which would require them going in and testing the air in each and every room. And this will be more critical as we enter into the winter months. And so they said that they would be able to complete that before the cold weather arrives and to adjust accordingly with the higher airflow. Eric assured me that we are ahead of many of the districts. And this is largely because, as you remember, or board members will remember, that we agreed to do, as part of the Sustainability Committee's work, a complete audit on all of our facilities to see where we need to upgrade and possibly have energy savings. And so we had started that work. And so after consulting with Mechanical Services for over an hour today, we believe that our ventilation systems pose no problem to the reopening of the in-person learning. And so then that kind of begs the question, then how are we going to get to green if we start in the hybrid model? We would need to see that the DOE continues to recommend green in their bi-weekly updates, and we're due for one of those updates this Friday, that our zip code data remains stable with no significant new changes. For weeks now, Durham and Pownell have shown that they've had since March 1 to 5 cases. Freeport was at 20 on July 26th, and they're currently at 21. So they've had 1 new case in 2.5 weeks. To get to green, we really need to establish those routines that I was referring to. And so once we start in yellow and we figure out how we can do that hallway passages, the class changes safely, well, then we will be ready to go to green. FMS, Freeport Middle School, reports that they need to order more furniture. And so we're reviewing that now and getting the order ready so that they will be able to overcome that barrier. At Freeport High School, it really is primarily the transition times. Durham has talked about needing to work out how to feed 400 students and ensure that their teachers still have the correct amount of planning time as agreed to in the contract. So as we talked about this as an administrative team, we believe that we can be ready if the data remains stable by October the 13th, which would be right after Indigenous Peoples Day. How about, I had the question, when would you think about going to the red? Well, obviously, if the bi-weekly updates change and it turns to red, we're going to need to go to red probably immediately, unless our data hasn't changed in our community. So we will be also looking at the individual zip code data. And then of course, even if we were given green by the DOE, but we had a substantial number of cases in our schools, we might need to close down one school, or we might even need to close down the entire district. And when I say close down, I just mean move to remote learning. There have been questions from parents and board members alike about why aren't we doing temperature checks at the door? So the latest update from the CDC and DOE is that they do not recommend temperature checks of students upon entry to school premises due to the high likelihood of potential false positive and negative test results. Although children have many of the same symptoms as adults when they get COVID, some differences are noteworthy. and its kids are less likely to show a fever initially. And so they're more likely to present with more kind of gastrointestinal issues. So screening procedures are not required or even recommended at the point of entry. However, school staff, as well as our bus drivers, should be observing our students throughout the day and referring students who may be symptomatic to the school nurse. And we talked about last time what happens when somebody with those symptoms go to the school nurse, and we have those protocols in place. So last time I recommended several things, and one of the things that received a lot of feedback was the recommendation that staff with students in RSU 5 be allowed to have their children attend 5 days a week. And so I just kind of wanted to go over that recommendation, as there appeared to be a lot of confusion. And there were questions about, is that really fair? And we want to stress that this recommendation is based not on the needs of our teachers, but on the needs of all of our students, especially in the pre-K to 7th grade range, an age where parents may be uncomfortable leaving their kids at home. And as a number of working parents have shared, and as we all know, the ability to get daycare for school-age children right now is incredibly limited. If a teacher is unable to secure daycare for their children on the days they're not scheduled for school, the CARES Act allows that teacher to request a leave to support their child for up to 12 weeks. And for 10 of those weeks, they can receive 2/3 pay. And we want to make the impact of this scenario very clear to the board so you understand the potential problem we're trying to solve. So, for example, if a 3rd grade teacher has a young child in school and that child were assigned to Mondays and Wednesdays, the teacher would be in school on Mondays and Wednesdays and every other Friday. But then if the teacher requested leave every Tuesday and Thursday in order to take care of their own children, and I approved it, a whole group of students who attend that class on Tuesday, Thursday would not have their teacher. They would have a sub if one is available. And if the leave is denied by me and the teacher requested an extended leave to support their child, well, then we would have to try to hire a long-term sub for all the students in that class. So I'm going to have Principal Pidden speak to this as a building principal, because I think Durham Community School at this moment has the most staff that have children in the district.
Thank you, Becky. Yes, we have around 18 RSU employees have children at DCS. Which accounts for approximately 34 students. We can accommodate these 34 students without impacting the social distancing requirements for class size, or be faced with trying to find short-term replacements for up to 14 staff members at our school. To the extent the challenge with another context, we currently have several positions open and do not have enough qualified applicants to fill them. There's just not a pool of qualified candidates out there. It appears that DCS has the highest number of RSU 5 employees with children in our schools, but in talking with the other principals, each school is able to accommodate these needs, again, without impacting the social distancing requirements in that hybrid model.
Thank you. So we really recognize, you know, the wide level of responses that we've received. And the fact that a number of people feel it is not fair, especially for children of other essential workers that are struggling with the same thing. I want to recognize that. But I want to reiterate that our proposal is really focused on supporting all of our students by having highly qualified staff members working with them each day. So I hope the board will consider that proposal along with the proposal to allow our students with disabilities to attend 5 days a week, and for students with other significant learning deficits that are not necessarily on an IEP, for us to be able to look at those students also. There was a question about outdoor learning spaces, and yes, every one of our schools has found a way to have additional learning spaces outside. And so if the board at some point wants to hear more about that, we're happy to have the different principals report out on that. But we have tented spaces. We have plans for music rooms to be outside in some of our schools. So we're getting as creative as we can, as many of you keep kind of rooting us on in that way to think outside of the box. We are really trying to do that. So I want to spend a little bit of time tonight talking about the hybrid model that we're recommending, because many of you had said, well, how about this hybrid model? So every hybrid model that you have put out there, we did consider, but this is the one that we feel like best meets the needs of our students. So I'm going to have a few of the principals talk and explain the thinking at each level. And I'll start with Principal Grimm from Mass Landing School talking about the elementary model and why we decided on this particular model.
Thank you, Becky. So the question that we really led this conversation with as an administrative team was to think not about yellow as a model that is half, but to think about how in yellow we could most closely replicate the experience that kids get when they're in the building 100% of the time in a typical school year. And as well as how could we integrate the feedback we got from parents around remote learning in the spring and those days at home. And so we began by thinking through the lens of a typical day in an elementary school classroom. So for those of you who may be less familiar with that model, most of our subjects work around what's called a workshop model. And that includes some direct instruction. So the teacher may be giving all kids really similar instruction for 10 or 15 minutes of the lesson. And then students engage in independent practice as the teacher works individually, one-on-one, or with small groups of kids. And that independent practice is a really important piece of the work. For anybody who's tried to get better at something, you know you have to practice it to get better. And that part of effective practice is having feedback woven through that experience of practice. So we started in that place, thinking through that lens and what a classroom looks like, and thought, okay, how can this look over essentially a 2-day rotation? So if half the kids are in a classroom, we can think of using the in-school time for that direct instruction, and also for the small group and one-on-one practice. You can imagine a teacher with 9 or 10 kids in the classroom is able to provide that to the students present in a much more efficient model than when they have 18 to 20 students. And so we really see the yellow model at the pre-K to 5 level as a redistribution of time, so that when students are in the classroom, they're getting that direct instruction and small group work. And then through that, so a teacher might be sitting with a student, working on them with maybe their leads in writing and creating more unique leads. And then that teacher's assigning their independent work. So they might say like, okay, Emily, tomorrow, you're gonna write 3 different leads for your writing practice at home. And so that practice at home extends from the work they're doing in school. And then the reason that we really chose, I know we got a question around kind of why not like a Monday, Tuesday, cohort A, Thursday, Friday, cohort B. But to us, the every other day model allows that student, so if that student goes home, they do their at-home practice and writing, when they come back into school the following day, then they're able to get feedback from a teacher on the work they've just done. And so I know one of the challenges, and I speak as both a parent and administrator in this way, who supported kids at home, was having kids engage in work over several days in which they weren't getting immediate feedback. And that's really an important piece of feedback that we wanted to respond to create meaning for kids. So when they're doing their work on Tuesday, like, you know, they know that Wednesday, a teacher is not only looking at it, but going to give them something responsive for next steps on that work. And so this is kind of like a redistribution of time more than an elimination of time. Another piece that was really important to us is thinking about that at-home practice piece. And we have families with very different needs. So some families, as we know, kids will be in daycare, and daycares have varying capacities to support kids engaging in that work. And we felt like creating a model where kids really, it would be very explicit what they had to do. It wouldn't necessarily require a computer, although we are purchasing devices, so kids would have devices. And then families have some autonomy in making a decision around what that practice looks like, if it's screen-based or not, because there are families who are asking for more of both or less of both, and providing a little bit more flexibility for families, recognizing that families' needs look very different. We felt really strongly about the 5-day model as well, rather than a 4-day model, because just of the increased instruction. So over the course of the year, it's 10% more instruction, which is 17.5 days. Another way to think of that is 3.5 additional weeks of in-school instruction. And then the last piece I think that's worthy to mention is really protecting students in school time. So students are in school 50% of the time in that yellow model, but recognizing that some of our additional services, RTI, et cetera, can actually be provided remotely on days that students are home. So that those services would be in addition to, and looking at other ways we can continue to provide some of that kind of extra support that's needed on students' remote days or at-home days to protect the time in their homeroom classrooms when they're in the school setting.
Thank you, Emily. And now we'll have Principal Grogan talk about the middle level.
Thank you very much. A lot of what Emily said about the Yellow Day learning at Freeport Middle School and Durham Community School at the 6-8 level is very similar. I think that we are not looking for this. This is not going to look like the at-home learning in the spring in the red plan, because the difference is they're getting instruction the day before, in person, and then they're at home working on their at-home work, and then the next day they're getting direct feedback on that. So it's not, remotely like what we were doing in the red this past spring. At the 6-8 level, we are working with to pilot some synchronous learning on the yellow days at home. We are not looking to have all the teachers start with that at first. We're looking at just piloting that. And the reason why we're only looking at piloting it to start out with is we really want to work out the kinks in smaller cohorts of kids and teachers, because we do not want it to impact the in-class learning with that, because we do feel that the in-class learning with 10 kids will be able to go at a faster and deeper pace. And we don't want to impact that with technology issues at home. We want to work out those kinks in smaller groups. And also, some classes line up much better to Zooming in or digital chalkboards at home and things like that. One of the things at the middle levels we're looking at, having many more outdoor science lessons and focusing a lot on ecology and different things like that. And they're not going to be within Wi-Fi. So, certain units are not going to be accessible for that. And we think that's a great, benefit that has come from this, is, looking at that outdoor science and doing things that we haven't done before. The other is where we're not even, wanting to get it, to all the teachers and all the kids, is we do not want kids at home on Zoom for 5 hours, 6 hours a day. If some classes are synchronous and they're lining up at home with that, and others are doing more pen and paper and other activities at home, it creates a balance, because we do not want that much screen time for our kids. So we just need time to develop this and work out the kinks with teachers at the start of the year. And that's why we're looking at a pilot at this level, but it's definitely something that has been and will continue to be talked about at the middle level of both schools.
And before I have Assistant Principal Charlie Mellon talk about the high school, I know there was a question about, how much are the owls that we're looking at? And they're about $1,000 per machine. But we're not convinced that's the model that we want to go with, because there are other ways to, use document cameras, to use the computer with the whiteboard feature. And so we want to try out several things when the teachers are back and see what works best before we invest in a lot of one thing like a swivel to just find out that it doesn't work well. We did see one, but it was a older model. And we think that the new one has more updated features, and so it might be better, but until we see that, we don't really know that. All right, I'll have Charlie Mellon speak to the high school level and their thinking.
Thank you very much, Becky. And hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. So very, very similar to what Emily and Ray described at the high school. We feel the model that we're creating here in yellow allows for much more responsive instruction that I think will engage students and provide timely feedback. And it's not going to be like the spring. We're going to be seeing our kids every other day, and they'll be able to connect with peers and teachers every other day. And we feel that when they're in class with their teachers in this model, because of the numbers of kids that are in front of the teachers, they'll be able to have much more interactive small group instruction that is going to be much more beneficial in the long run for the students. It'll keep kids engaged, and it'll give kids timely feedback. We're also, unlike the spring, we're going to be offering kind of what we're calling synchronous support. So we're creating a schedule so that throughout the day, throughout every school day, at some point, each department will have somebody available to kids at home, and there will be a clear schedule for the kids at home to get into. But throughout the day, each department will have somebody available for kids to reach out to get help and interact with virtually when they need it. I'd also say that, in our research and talking to other schools and a little bit we have done with this, if kind of Zooming all day in class, we found the instruction, it kind of is less responsive, that it's more sit and get for students. And as Ray said, students are on their computers all day. There are technical issues. If one student their Zoom drops or something happens, that student is left behind and has trouble. It might have trouble catching up. So we've heard about those types of issues as well. We also, like Ray said, are trying very hard, and Becky brought this up a little bit in her report too, that we're trying very hard and pushing very hard to get our kids outside. We want them outside as much as possible. We're creating all kinds of spaces outside. And if there are kids Zooming the class from home, they're not going to be able to be a part of the class if a teacher takes them outside. So those are some of the reasons why we're confident in this plan, in the model we're trying to create at the high school. But having said that, we are, like Ray as well, we are going to pilot some classes that might be interested in offering a more synchronous approach. We're going to do it just like the middle school. We're going to start small, start with a few classes, see how it goes, work out the kinks. We've sent an email to teachers. We have some teachers that are interested in doing that. And we can expand on that if we feel like it's going well. But we're going to start that synchronous approach small. And so that's kind of the view from the high school.
And that's really why we feel like this model is the best, because we did look at and discussed many other options, but we feel like this is going to provide the best experience for our kids. Small group, hands-on, outdoors when we can be, quality, what I would call follow-up independent work for the following day, and then the kids will come back and get feedback on that work. So we really hope that you can support that. And as you heard, we definitely are piloting some new ways of doing synchronous learning. And if we find that those are effective, we'll quickly move into more of that type of learning, even within this model. You also provided us with a lot of feedback, both parents and board members, around the remote learning option. And so we did go back. We've done a lot of work between last Friday and tonight and made some revisions to our remote learning plan. And I'm going to have Assistant Superintendent Cynthia Alexander speak to those specific changes.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay,
We can.
good evening. So I'd first like to say that you heard earlier from Dr. Foley that at this point, we have about 10% of our families that have chosen not to attend if we offer the hybrid model and would want to access our remote learning option. So we realized that some families would not be comfortable. So having said that, we've really worked hard to try to take your suggestions and incorporate them as best that we could. I just want to remind everybody that right now this remote learning option only goes through the end of the student year this year. December 22nd would be the last day, because that's how much the funding would provide for this. So we broke this plan out into 3 spans. We broke it out to the students in K-5, the students in 6-8, and the students at 9-12. And so all of them will follow the standards to identify those focus skills that are the same skills that we're doing in the school whenever possible. Students who participate in this option will have access to all of the district technology, whether it's a laptop or an iPad or some other device. And we absolutely will assist anyone who has difficulty accessing the internet. We'll make sure that they're able to do that. The district would require that all of our elementary level students have an adult present in the household that would provide supervision during the remote learning. All of this remote learning in this September or likely September through December time period will follow our calendar that is adopted. Parents will be expected at all levels to communicate with their assigned staff member regularly. And parents may need to pick up materials at the school to support the remote learning. That would be more likely in the lower level. There would be more of that. And then individual time at all levels would be set aside for student assessments and student conferring. That would be embedded. So some of the changes that we've made to the K-5 sample, we've added the weekly science and social studies lessons to that. There will be 30 minutes of math Zoom by grade level. And during that Zoom time, we recognize that it's still important for students to be interacting with other students. So there may be lots of opportunities for some breakout sessions through Zoom so that kids can work as partners and then the teacher can pop in and pop out. So we're going to embed that in our in the lesson. And then there'll also be that 30 minutes of practice time. And I think Emily did a great job explaining why the practice is so important. And then we'll do the same with literacy. We have added, there'll be 30 minutes of instruction for the, and this is 4 days a week, I should say. All of these things that I've just mentioned for literacy and math are 4 days a week. So that we added be 30 minutes of literacy instruction and then 15 minutes of literacy component work, whether that's word work or phonics or something else. And then there'll be 60 minutes of expected practice time in reading, writing, and word study. And then on that other day, there'll be focus on individual time for student assessments or student conferring and or parent consultation. And so we say that that's one day. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll be every Friday. That's flexible and we can still work that out and it might be embedded in the days. And then for our 6 through 8 schedule, we have 4 days a week where the same for math, they would be getting a Zoom by grade level or grade span. We're not sure yet how that's going to work. It depended on the number of students. So it looks like right now it might be grade span. If it increases, it could be grade level. And it depends on the number of teachers we have doing this model. And then we'd also include 30 minutes of humanities via Zoom, which incorporates the literacy and social studies. And then we would have offer a remote science course, and that it could be either VHS of Plato or BYU or other online possibilities. That was a change. We added those other science possibilities. And then 1 day a week, we would have individual or small group support given to all students in required synchronous meetings. So there would be some of that synchronous at that level. And then at the 9-12 level, students who opt for this option, the remote learning option, and I think we've got about 22 at the high school level right now, about 5 per grade is what it's looking like, maybe 6 in one grade at the high school level currently. Would have to coordinate with what their needs are for their credit load, their needs are for you know, their coursework, and those would be classes that would be taken online. And I think we might have mentioned, I'm not sure if I mentioned it last time, that if a student was signed up for, I'm going to use Algebra 1 as an example, a year-long class that we've already paid for at the halfway mark. So it would go through till, this one would go, at the high school, would go through till January at the end of the semester, that course would, because they're already paid for. And then they would have the option of either finishing out because it's already paid for, they could continue it online, or they could stop at the halfway mark, take the half credit for that class, and then go back into the regular class. So we ask them to commit for a semester because once you sign up on an online class, you know, you want to stick with that. And then for all students, K-5 through 12, special ed, they would have their IEP meetings, and it would indicate on their IEP that they were accessing the remote learning option. And then the IEP teams will consider all the services that they may need for that plan. And then for GATE students, just like we did for the last 3 months of school or 4 months of school, the GATE teacher would continue to meet on a regular basis with those students. And then ELL, the same thing as GATE. They would continue to meet and provide those services. And then RTI, for students who need the academic support, they would receive it remotely. And then for their social emotional support, all students will have access to the same social and emotional supports as all students who are attending school would have. And they'd be able to work with their counselors and guidance counselors and so forth. And at the pre-K level, it's not, you'll notice that it's not on here, but it really, from the feedback from the teachers and administrators, it really did not work well for students to sit remotely. So there would be things provided, for example, in our phonics program. There's a robust website that they could have, we could provide access to, and then we could provide the phonics work, which is a lot of the work they're doing at that level for them at home. And then we could provide also a list of skills to the parents and provide them with games and practices to reinforce those skills that they would typically get in the regular classroom setting. And that's it.
Thank you. There was a question about planning time and whether we have enough planning time for teachers. So we have kind of discussed that as a group and felt like there is enough planning time in there, but just to be extra sure about that, we as an administrative team agreed to focus all of the time in September and October, staff meeting time, PLD time, to give teachers time to collaborate and to talk about what's working around the remote, around the hybrid option. And so we feel like this additional time would allow them to do the work that they need. We did look into, Cynthia provided with me what some of the other districts were doing. And it seems that Gorham and 75 are proposing going back August 31st, but that the majority of districts in our area, Yarmouth, Falmouth, Lake Region, South Portland, Gray, possibly Brunswick will be going on September the 8th. Lake Region, that's starting in green, they're waiting until September the 14th. And I guess Brunswick hasn't decided between those two as far as I know. So if the board, as part of their discussion, wants to debate at the same time the September the 2nd beginning date for students, to change that to September the 8th to provide some additional time for teachers to plan before school starts, that would be great too. So we would be happy with either one of those options that the board might decide. Then there was a question about how many teachers do I feel won't be returning to school? And I'm reading that to mean they're not returning because they feel like they need to teach remotely because of either their health or one of their loved ones' health. And we have approximately 10 teachers that have currently signaled to me that if they cannot work remotely, that they won't be returning. And then I have 4 ed techs that are in that kind of same boat. Based upon the numbers we provided you today, with about 100 students that are going, it's pretty evenly distributed, pre-K through 12. So my current thinking is that we would probably need 4 teachers to kind of oversee that option. And so, you know, that would leave some of those teachers who have requested remote learning. My communication to them would probably be, if you accept the recommendation tonight, that they could take a 1-year leave of absence and then return next year when they're feeling more comfortable. Of course, once you make your decision, we may have even more families sign up for the remote option. And if, you know, more families do that, well, then obviously we're going to need more of those 10 teachers to teach remotely. So we'll be following that very closely. We also, I think the last question before we have public comment and then board deliberation was around the deep cleaning, because there are some districts that are doing that, allowing what they call 1 day for deep cleaning. And I guess I just want to remind the board that the DOE has signaled to us that you're good to go in green. And so when you're in green, you don't need to have an additional day off for deep cleaning. And we're hoping to get to green, you know, by October the 13th. Additionally, I will say that our thinking is you can't really deep clean in 1 day. That's something that we do in RSU 5 when we have a week off, or what we've been doing since March, since our kids have not been here. So we have protocols in place where we're making sure that we do the high touch surfaces daily, that we're asking custodial staff to put in additional hours so that we can ensure that we're really cleaning the way that our buildings need to be cleaned every day. And with each room, we're ending the day as they clean with the spray that is meant to sanitize the room. So we feel like we do not need that additional day for cleaning, that we're approaching that in a different way. All right, so to recap, I just want to remind you of my request tonight. I want you to consider postponing the beginning of the school year for kids to either September 2nd or September the 8th. That will allow 2 or 4 additional days for teachers to prepare their rooms for opening and planning and reviewing our building-based protocols. We're hoping that you will give our hybrid model that we have proposed to you a chance to work. And then as we see the need, we will continue to revise it. We want to review our progress and markers in October for a possible move to green on October the 13th if the data remains positive. We're wanting to offer the remote option to our students K-8 through December 22nd, or at the end of the semester for high school. And the last request is to allow our staff who live in RSU 5 to bring their students 5 days a week to ensure quality teaching for all of our students, and then to allow our students with disabilities and our other students with significant learning gaps to also attend 5 days a week. And I think that concludes my update that took almost an hour. So I guess I would end with a quote that I heard today, which says, "It is progress and not perfection. We recognize that this is not a perfect plan, but we are always striving for continuous improvement. And as we see the need for upgrades in this model, we will be implementing them." So thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you, Becky. I know we had lots of questions, as did the community last week, and I know I appreciate the effort that you all have put in to address as many of those as you could in a pretty short time frame. So thank you for that. Okay, so public comment, just a quick reminder, if we have attendees that would like to share with the board, we ask that you use the raise hand function, which if you open the participant window over on your right-hand side, should be down at the right-hand bottom corner of your screen. You'll put your hand up and we will allow members one at a time based on when their hands went up into the meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to share your comments, and please don't forget to let us know your first and last name and where you live if you're a community member, and your name and position if you are a staff member. Okay, Sarah, I'm showing Sarah Tracy as the first.
Hi, Michelle. It's actually Alan Tracy.
Oh.
Sarah and I are sitting at the same computer, though.
Hello.
And so thanks for being recognized. And thanks this is a really good presentation. I just want to acknowledge that it's really responsive. Our family, I think we said last time, we would prefer a green model, obviously, if the movement is towards hybrid. That was a really thoughtful and clearly a lot of work went into that presentation. It sounds like a decent plan, so I just want to acknowledge that. My question on the model itself is whether students who aren't choosing the remote option 100% are going to be able to access any of those online classes that you described, and I guess that can be answered whenever. The other question I had was to hear a little bit about sports. I understand that maybe some of that is out of the control of our board, but whatever we know, an update on where things stand, that would be helpful. Do you have anything, Sarah?
No, just a little bit more discussion about how students participate in sports is one thing, but also other extracurricular activities, because we know that that's really fundamental to their experience and their engagement and mental health, frankly.
Okay. Thank you, Alan and Sarah. Okay, so the next hand up I see is Christy Johnson.
Hi, my name is Christy Johnson, and I teach second grade at Moore Street. And I'm happy to hear Becky saying that we're going to be taking a much closer look at ventilation at Moore Street. Many teachers at Moore Street are concerned about this issue. Some of you may know that parts of our building are going to be turning 75 years old in September. I had been reading an article that was published by a lady named Shelley Miller. She's a professor of mechanical engineering at the University of Colorado. And this article actually just came out on Monday. She talked a lot about using ventilation and air filtration to prevent the spread of COVID. And she talked about how the safest indoor space is one that constantly has lots of outside air replacing the stale air inside. And then this number, it quantifies the number of times that the air inside a building gets replaced with air from the outside in an hour. So basically exchanges per hour. So one of the reasons I'm sharing this is that when we get the data on ventilation and airflow in Moore Street, teachers are really looking for hard data. We know that our building is old. It's very loved, but it's old. And we know that parents are trusting us to do the right thing. Another thing that this article mentioned, well, beyond the fact that it mentioned 9 times per hour as a rate to help reduce the spread of H1N1, SARS, and various other airborne viruses. They also mentioned installing a CO2 monitor because every time you exhale, you release CO2 into the air. And since it's most often spread by breathing, coughing, or talking, you can use those levels to see if the room is filling up with infectious molecules. And CO2 level helps you estimate if you're getting enough fresh air outside. And the article referenced that levels just above 400 parts per million could be found outside, but a well-ventilated room would have around 800 parts per million of CO2. So I'm wondering if that's something that also could be looked into. And then obviously the increase in ventilation decreases transmission of COVID, and they referenced decreasing it from up to 97%. So that's something that's really important in our building as well as all of the buildings. As I said, we need hard data, and as of yet, we don't have that. And I think that's a piece that is making some of us at Moore Street a little bit nervous. And I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, the next hand I see up is Jean. Sorry, I don't have a last name.
Hi, I'm Jeannie. I'm from Durham. My child will be attending Freeport. Not sure this is exactly the right form, but I'm going to ask it anyway. 2 things. Number 1, remote learning. In terms of if our if the state says, okay, everybody needs to go to red, do we have a plan in place? Or is it going to be grasping at straws if that ever does occur? I mean, I guess parents would like to know is, okay, if we start in hybrid, that's fine. Or if we start in green, that's fine. But if the DOE says, go red now, do we have a plan in place? I guess parents would like to know, before the thing. Then the second thing that I had a question about is I'm fortunate enough not to have this issue, but it was brought up during Dr. Foley's presentation, is gaps in learners. In conversations with many parents, not just from our district, but from other schools, Green, Sabatis, all of those. I've just heard a lot of, my kid did not do well with remote learning. So for those kids who are doing you know, maybe a Monday, Wednesday scenario or a Tuesday, Thursday scenario, and are expected to do, you know, independent work on the other days. If they're not doing it, do they fall into the category of gap learner? What are their plans for if they do really fall off the wagon and just do not complete their work in hybrid? What is the plan for that? Hopefully I made that kind of clear. So those were my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. Would you mind giving us your last name?
I muted her.
Okay. All right. Well. All right. Well, move on then. It's fine. Megan Moreau is who I see up next.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can.
Thank you. So I am a kindergarten teacher at Moore Street School, and I just wanted to get clarification regarding families who choose the remote option through December, that those students will be receiving 4 days of instruction per week plus 1 day of whether it's assessments or conferring or parent consultation. And if that's true, I just see inequity between those students and students whose families choose to send them to school in person under the hybrid model, where they would only be receiving instruction 2 or 3 days per week. So just some clarification on that. Because if that's the case, I just feel like that's inequitable.
Okay.
And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Carrie Begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm Carrie Began from Durham, and I actually have 2 questions, comments, whatever. The explanation of how the hybrid plan was going to work made sense to me for like K through 8. My question is for the high school level, where they have a maroon day and a white day. They're really only kind of getting 1 day of instruction per class per week, because they're going to have a maroon day in session and then a day to work on that. But then their next day in class is going to be all their other classes. So it feels to me like they are actually losing time in class. It's not like at the lower grades where on Monday they're going to get instruction, Tuesday they're going to work independently on it, and then Wednesday they're going to get feedback on it. It's going to be a week later before they get feedback on the classes in the high school level, because they alternate days already at the high school level. So if they're only going 2 days or 3 days a week, if they're Monday, Wednesday, and then every other Friday, then it could be Monday they're in class and then they don't see that teacher again until the following Monday. I feel like they're going to be losing a lot there. And my high schooler is one that did not do great with the remote learning. He's more of an in-person, needs that interaction kind of kid. So I was just wondering if any thought had been given to that. Makes sense for me at the lower grades now that it's been explained, but not so much at the high school level. My other question, I'm hearing that the nurses are going to have to be more proactive, and these kids are going to get referred to the nurses for screening. I know they're spread thin already. There's 400 kids or so in Durham for one nurse. I'm just wondering if there's been any consideration to bringing on additional nurses during this time, because if there's going to be kids in school, there's going to be more kids going through those nurses' office. And I think that should be considered, even if it's just filling in with, the subs each day or whatever. So that was my thought.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks.
Karen Green.
Good evening. My name is Karen Green. I'm a community member and I live in Durham. If we decide as a community to accept the superintendent's recommendation of the hybrid model, our focus should now be on discussion of the necessary educational expectations and standards that must be implemented for remote learning to be successful. It is essential that we learn from the previous round of remote learning because, as Dr. Foley pointed out several times last week, the end of year survey overwhelmingly indicated that remote learning did not work for our parents and community. If this is the case, then why did Dr. Foley and the reopening committee not present a model to address this? Why is remote learning still independent work, a packet of paperwork placed on the overburdened shoulders of working parents, requiring us to be the teacher once again? Across the country, industries as well as other education institutions are reimagining, redefining, and revolutionizing their models to include the virtual platforms necessary to succeed and combat the physical challenges of the pandemic. We are now in an era more than ever where we value virtual platform and virtual access. How many of us now order groceries online and even have them delivered at home? We can now meet with healthcare professionals from anywhere using our phones and computers. Our children deserve the same accessibility to their classrooms and teachers. Last week, I urged you, the board, to require revision of the yellow and red plans to mandate instruction on remote learning days, and I wasn't the only one. As parents, we expect more than a packet of paperwork, more than a few pre-recorded video lessons, and more than optional pass-fail assignments. As Dr. Foley stated last week, her plan is to have instruction focused on the children in the classroom. Part-time education for our children will not prepare them for a successful future. Thanks to many years of investment by all of us, we have the technology in our community that should be used by teachers on remote learning days under both the yellow and red plans for virtual real-time instruction. It is imperative that education for our students remain a priority during these challenging times, which can only be accomplished when we mandate virtual classrooms and real-time lessons. If we implement and accelerate these efforts now, our children will still learn productively, remain flexible, stay connected to their teachers and classmates, and succeed as educated community members. So, school board members, Dr. Foley, educators in RSU 5, please listen to the concerns of parents and implement common sense standards and expectations for remote learning. We owe it to our children to aim high and make the most of these circumstances that are beyond our control. Our children will be the ones called upon to solve future problems and rise to meet the challenges that lie ahead. Let us spare no effort in preparing them for success.
Thank you, Karen. All right, so Michelle LaReach, sorry if I'm messing up your name.
It's okay. It's a hard one. Michelle LaRiche. We live in Pownell, and our students attend Freeport Middle School. My questions are about the remote option. We are looking at that for health reasons and concerns with me working in the hospitals. My biggest concern, I guess, is the ability for our kids to receive grade level instruction through the remote option. I know right now they just verified that at 10%, that would just be a grade span for math even, which was not presented earlier. So that was a little confusing, maybe a clarification on that. But definitely grade span on literature and social studies. And I'm not sure how the science is, if that's going to be grade level or not. My son is going into 8th grade. He's already struggling. And then, if we do this remote, we're just concerned, will they be left behind of everybody else in their cohort? We're willing to do as much as we can to supplement at home and support their learning, but I just really want them to have the same access to grade level curriculum and grade level instruction. Particularly when Becky Foley said that there are a lot of teachers that are requesting to teach remotely, that there are more than 10 who want to do that maybe there's some opportunity there to really be able to provide grade level by utilizing those teachers who want to teach remotely. So there's a question for that. And then also in regards to those that choose remote, For things, I know that you guys talked about the IEPs and the GATE program and things, and I'm not sure where like the structured study halls and extra support for like executive function and things fall into that. There was plans for some of that for one of our children, and I'm just wondering how that will work on the remote because we definitely need him to have that support. And we've been supporting him with that for years on our own, but just, you know, need a little extra nudge from the other adults in his life to help him get over the hump. So those are my two main questions about that. And I know, sorry, one more. Ray Grogan had mentioned the difficulty in having remote kids Zoom in to classes with their cohort, like through Zoom, like if a teacher's in a classroom where that might be a possibility, they could just start up the Zoom meeting on their laptop so that students at home can see and participate in the same lessons as their cohort would be. But then for those outdoor lessons where that's a challenge, and I'm just wondering if maybe kind of being able to have a creative solution there for grade level instruction where they can do that, but then for those outdoor lessons, maybe just utilizing the Google Classroom to have kind of the lesson plan assignments and things posted that they can download and we can work with them at home. So they're still getting those lessons, being able to participate, maybe having the debrief and discussions, you know, the next day. So, okay, I think I'm done. Thank you so much for everybody's hard work. I know this is like this crazy, difficult thing to figure out, and I appreciate all the effort you guys have been putting into it and asking for our input. So thank you for that. And anything that I can do to help, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Pam Barry Santos.
Hi, this is Pam Barry Santos in Freeport. I'm just going to read off something I wrote. Life is cheap here. I heard this from a doctor in a country I visited over a decade ago. The doctor said it in a resigned way, acknowledging how death was a regular presence in almost everyone's life. And I always felt the weight of how he said that and how I took for granted that so many of us here are fortunate enough not to be regularly reminded that death could come at any time. But in all these conversations, when I hear it's only a 1% fatality rate and how the numbers are so low here, I'm reminded of that doctor. I've worked with data and stats, and I understand how they can help us see the bigger picture, but we use them to shield our decisions and to dampen the impact of individual lives forever changed or lost. Every time I hear unnecessary fear, I hear the dismissal of valid concerns from those who recognize that 1% is not just a stat, it's a teacher, a student, a parent, or a sibling. We say the numbers are low in Maine as though it means we can justify our decisions as only potentially killing some people, just not us, and as though the numbers couldn't get worse. And we rarely mention the unknown long-term and sometimes lifelong effects that can come from the disease, the lung transplants and the heart damage, in a country where health insurance is far from a guarantee and bankruptcies are a too common consequence of illness. And we say for anyone we might lose as though that's somehow an answer to whether all of this is worth the risk. So this is why I keep asking, how many people are we willing to let get sick or die before we pull back? Do we have a plan other than pushing it off as a decision to be made by the CDC? I hope we don't get to that point, and my fears remain just that, just fears. But if we're going to be dismissing the risk that all these teachers, staff, students, and family members will be taking as being low, let's at least quantify how many lifelong illnesses and deaths we're willing to accept on behalf of others as being worth the trade-off in order to pretend that things are somehow already back to normal, and that what's happened elsewhere in the country can't possibly happen here. And for all those who work in retail or medicine or in school offices who talk up how the numbers in Maine are low or how they've continued to work, but then question why teachers are so concerned. How many who've said this work every day in a room with 10 plus others for extended periods of time? Can they truly say that they've been doing what they're expecting of teachers? There's still so much we don't know about the illness, but one of the recommendations that's been repeated is not to spend more than 15 minutes indoors in close proximity with others. So before we equate the limited exposure others have had in their professions while schools have been closed to that of teachers, Let's remember that teachers will be in a classroom with questionable ventilation with 10 plus others 5 days a week for hours. And the district certainly won't have a bevy of additional staff to give our teachers breaks, either for mental or health reasons, or if and when those teachers get sick. Thanks.
Thank you, Pam. Jill Gastongue.
Hi, my name is Jill Gastongue. I'm a resident of Durham, Maine, and I have a son in the middle school at DCS. And one thing that I wanted to bring up, it was touched upon a little bit last week, but I discovered in talking to others, there are still plenty of students that do not have internet access via either their cell phone or cable internet. And many of them weren't even aware that you guys were providing hotspots. So if this is something that you're going to provide again this year, keep that in mind when you're trying to estimate numbers, is there's a lot out there that didn't even know it was an option. And I would recommend putting it a little bit bolder in a letter or in an announcement that you do have it as an option. Also, I'm curious to know, as far as the plans go, when you do have to change colors, if it will be determined school by school. For instance, you know, if all the concern with Moore Street and their ventilation comes true, is that going to affect the other schools and the colorations that they're under? Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Kelly Fitzrandolph.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, yes. I am a parent of a son going into 7th grade in Freeport at FMS, and I'm a 7th grade teacher at Freeport Middle School. So I just first want to appreciate the thoughtfulness of all involved. I've just really been impressed by the comments and considerations of everyone. First, I really would encourage the school board to think about the September 8th beginning. Teachers spend 2 days sitting in big groups filling out paperwork. We could really use the time to appropriately plan for such a big change in teaching and learning. There's so much to do, and we never have time. So an extra month would be great, but an extra week would be satisfactory. I would also ask you to consider the 1 day for teachers to not so much, so to have students attend 2 days and be remote for 2 days, and 1 day, not so much for deep cleaning, but for a day for teachers to connect with students. I found last year when we were doing remote learning, it was just amazing to have the time to go one-on-one with many students. And with doing both online and at home, it's going to be really difficult to have that time, those study halls, to work with kids that need that extra attention or that need some enhancement in the curriculum, and to have a day for us to be able to just focus on the pockets of kids that we need to connect to the most, even virtually, would be great. I've had some awesome Zoom conferences with kids one-on-one or in small groups that have been so beneficial for learners. So my son also says it would be wicked confusing to go to school one Friday and then have the next Friday off. And he would personally rather just have 2 days on, 2 days off, and then a day to connect with his teachers and to get stuff done. I also want parents to understand that we teachers and administrators are going to work so hard that no child is left behind. We are going to connect with your kids and make sure that we are working with both the children and families so that no one falls behind. So I guess those are my big, oh, just one quick thing, I'm sorry. And you said 10% of parents chose remote. I didn't think the survey was supposed to be completed till August 18th. That's what it said in the email I got as a parent. So I think many parents still haven't responded. So I just wanted to put that in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Helen Michael.
Hi, my name's Helen Michael. I live in Freeport, and I will be, my son will be at Mass Landing this coming year. I want to really thank everybody for the thoughtful presentation about exactly what a hybrid option would look like. It seems like it's very well thought out. We're a family with 2 people working from home, trying to do a home schooling days. It would be very helpful to have a little bit of lead time as well on how many hours are expected, how many hours of work are expected on those at home days and what that would look like, because we need to figure out how to juggle our schedules, which is much easier when it's not a day or 2 in advance. It's also would be very helpful, as the last commenter said, to have as much consistency in the schedule each day, especially for the younger kids and for families. So if Friday was something where everyone was remote or something like that, it would really be a lot more consistency than waking up on a Friday morning trying to remember, is this a school Friday, not a school Friday? How does vacation or holidays or anything like that impact it? But I really wanted to thank you guys. It sounds like a very well thought out plan. It was very helpful to get that information today. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Gina, the Duke.
Kuntz.
Sorry.
Hi, yeah, my name is Gina Leduc Kuntz, and I live in Freeport. I have 6 children altogether, 3 of them who are out of the home, but partially went through the Freeport school systems, and 1 child who is in the Freeport school system at this time. I appreciate everybody's hard work. It's impressive what you guys have put together. I am not a fan, I have to say, of opening in yellow at all. And essentially, I'm not a fan because of, I know you guys have worked very, very hard since the spring, because the spring was really a train wreck for us. And so many parents have come forward and said, you know, distance learning, remote learning did not work for our family. And it hasn't worked for our family either. And I also like to point out that I have done considerable amounts of homeschooling. So this whole distance learning stuff is nothing like homeschooling. And the reason why, I only speak for myself, I can't speak for all the other parents, obviously, but why it did not work was not about the educational piece. Even though you guys have worked so hard on the educational piece, it was about the emotional piece. I mean, I had a really difficult time. My kids' emotions were up and down and all over sideways. And I haven't heard a lot of parents talk about that, but it was ugly for the kids, or at least for my kids. And it really concerns me, the safety of these kids moving forward. You know, they're going to be left alone at times. I'm getting all shook up actually thinking about it. So I'm just gonna leave it there. It concerns me for the community of all these kids being left on Tuesday, Friday, and parents have to work. I mean, there are many parents called in and said, we have to work, we have no childcare. So I know the school doesn't have an answer to that, but I wish there was some way that you guys could open in green safely. I know there's so many health concerns, but so that's just my 2 cents with the whole thing. So, all right, you're welcome.
Sarah, I don't have a last name.
Hi, this is actually Sarah's husband, Andrew. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, my name's Andrew. My last name's Hellman. I live in Freeport on Wolf's Neck Road. I've got 2 kids, both of them heading into Mass Landing School, and they were at the Moore Street School for 2 years at Laugh and Learn, and then kindergarten through 2nd grade. And they really enjoyed it and thought it was a great place, and we did too. I just have a couple of comments. I appreciate the time and effort everybody's put into the the reopening plan. I still, and my first question is, when are the questions going to be answered? There are a number of questions being asked. When do we hear answers? When do you get answers? You're deliberating tonight. I still don't feel like the answers have been given to the questions. I still am at a loss as to why kids can't sit outside at picnic tables on the ball fields 5 days a week from now until December 1, on the days when it's nice or when they can sit under tents. I think that would be good for my kids. That would be healthy for them. And I still do not have an understanding of why that's not an acceptable option. For remote learning, I still do not understand why our teachers can't log on and say math class is at 9 and have the kids log on at 9 and provide real-time instruction. I'm a lawyer. I practice in the federal courts. I've had to do trials with live witnesses and courts have had to adapt. If the federal court system can do this, our smaller organization should be able to do it as well. The video postings last spring did not work well in our household. It required constant attention from a parent. My kids are not able to sit and watch that and learn the information on their own. If they lose the thread of the video a minute or two into it, they've lost the entire instructional mode. And I appreciate that there was a comment last week that the teachers thought they were doing well with that. And I have no doubt that they invested significant energy, and I have the utmost respect for it. But there was insufficient feedback between the student and the teacher about the learning for the teacher to truly know how well that learning was going for the students. Another issue, question that I have, and that's something that I do not understand, is why some district residents are going to get better education than others. I appreciate that we all are going to be facing significant childcare issues, but I think that it raises significant concerns about equity between students to permit one set of students in the district whose employer happens to be the school district to go to school 5 days a week. It's a significant equity issue. And I would also like to know whether you'll be permitting superintendent's agreements to let RSU staff who do not live in the district to send their kids to school 5 days a week. These are significant equity issues, and I don't think that this governmental body should be deciding that one person's job is more essential to the economy than another. And that's what the decision is tantamount to doing. So lastly, again, when do we get answers to the questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. So the next one I'm seeing with a hand up is just says call. So I'm not sure if that's what you see on your side.
Hi, can you hear me? I
can.
apologize.
No,
Hi,
that's okay.
This is Gina Rhoda. I have a lovely second grader at Moore Street. He is very excited to start school again and see all of his friends. But we had a couple of questions that I don't think really have been addressed. And if they have, I do apologize. First of all, I do want to give a shout out to the first grade staff at Moore Street. They were phenomenal last year, constantly changing up the game to figure out what worked. And that entire staff at the very end, probably last 2 weeks, really nailed it. And I think made it more interactive for the kids, doing like little subgroups. You know, they would have a book club. And so they would have 2 or 3 kids from his class with the teacher, and they would do book club together. So he got to hang out with his friends, actually talk to them, but also talk about some of the readings that they had to do that week. So very interactive. And I really enjoyed that the last 2 weeks. And I think that they were starting to really find their groove on how to do that remote learning education. But really, one of my questions is that I'm not sure if we have covered yet, but playground cleaning. I'm wondering what we're going to do when the kids go outside for recess and everything, because obviously we cannot keep them off the playground. And I don't think I heard, and I could have missed this, if there was what the process is going to be to allow the kids to go outside onto the playground and play, and then how we're going to maintain the cleanliness of the playground. I do know that that is probably one of my son's favorite places because it's Moore Street has done such a great job in the upgrades there, and it's a lot of fun to play. And then secondarily, I would like to understand, is the RSU going to mandate any type of face mask standards for the students in the classroom? One of the things that I've been researching a lot because I'm trying to figure out what is the breathable one and what's something that's going to stay on my son's face all day and not be annoying, like hanging off his ears and stuff like that, is like, are gaiters allowed? I know some people, like just researching some people have some homemade cloth ones, which are really nice, but they don't seem that breathable. And then of course you go onto YouTube and there's all these studies on what germs can go through them and stuff like that. But I just didn't know if there was any standards out there that you guys are looking for us to purchase prior to school starting. And that's all I had. So thank you.
Thank you, Gina. So I see Michelle LaRiche hand up again, but I think she already spoke. But I know sometimes we have two folks in the same household. So I don't know if there's a new person. We just want to make sure we get through everybody who hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, if you want to come back to me, I just wanted to, hearing some of the teachers speak and things, I just wanted to back them up on something that I had prepared, but then felt like I shouldn't say. And then I feel like now maybe I should say on their behalf. And so you can come back to me. Absolutely fine.
Okay, so
if there's time.
Yeah, I was just saying, typically,
I'm
Michelle,
sorry.
we just have folks just speak once during the meeting,
Okay, yeah.
just because we want to make sure that we have time for all the speakers as well as the
Yeah.
board to.
Okay.
But
I'll
you're certainly
email it.
welcome. To,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I was
can
going to say
email
you're
it if I
certainly
need to.
to welcome to email it to the board. Thanks. Heather Roy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm Heather Roy. I live in Durham. I'm curious about the survey that was filled out. I think Dr. Foley said that 50%, about 50% participation is what took place. So are you basing those numbers about the 10% that we're going to access remote learning? Is that based on the 50% level to 20? Do you see what I'm saying?
Your phone just went out, Heather.
Oh. So I'm wondering if there was only 50% of survey response. Are you anticipating that the people who are choosing to access the remote would double to 20% if there was 100%? Or do you think that the 50% response with only 10% participating represents the whole? Do you see that number changing with more with everyone? Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. You can't answer me. Oh, okay, so there's that. Asking, the other thing I'm wondering about is if you choose the remote learning option, are students still allowed to participate in sports or extracurriculars? And the other thing, I'm just wondering about the logistics of quarantining any symptomatic kids. I know that like if they were to arrive at school with symptoms, there needs to be a separate space. And I only know the layout of DCS, but I'm just wondering what that actually looks like. I know that there's a lot that goes into all of this. But I think like for my family specifically, in order to make a decision, I need to know those logistics of what those things look like to decide if I'm comfortable sending my kids to school or not. And that's all I had to say. Thank you. Thank you all for your hard work. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Katrina Van Brugge.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
We can.
Hi, I'm Katrina Van Brugge. I live in Freeport and I have a high schooler. And I wanted to support the idea that I heard earlier about Friday being a either all remote or a teacher prep day. Because if I understand things correctly, teachers are basically going to be preparing two different sets of lessons. Let's say they have their Monday, Wednesday people, and then they need to prepare for the Tuesday, Thursday people to come in. Meantime, they're also monitoring in some way the Monday, Wednesday people's work at home. And it sounds to me like it's double the work for the teachers. And since this is a whole new, brave new world, for them, I would think that having a Friday to catch up on that work, deal with those two different preps, and follow up on students who need it. Because as we've said, this is a different modality for many people, and many people had trouble with it in the spring. I think giving the teachers that extra time to follow up with the students who are having problems would be really beneficial to everybody. And I was going to say, I don't know, and I know you can't answer me now, but another school that I have connection with has been released from the 180-day calendar that the state requires. If that's the case for RSU 5.2, then I would like to urge this sort of flexibility in order to maintain a high quality education for the next couple of months. And I also wanted to remind everybody who's scared of how this is going to go, when it happened in the spring, that was an emergency situation and people were reacting with very little notice, doing the best they could. And now this is a different ball of wax. And I think we need to have faith in our teachers and our administrators and our students and parents and say that I think we can do this. And thanks to everybody involved.
Thanks, Katrina. Justin Green.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us on here and talking. As you said, my name's Justin Green. We have 3 children that will be in pre-K, 2nd grade and 4th grade this year. So we kind of get the span of everything that's going on. I think some of my kids are going to start making noise right now. Anyway, the inopportune times, right? Thank everybody. I'd like to thank everyone for I know a lot of the hard work you all had to do last year, and it's been mentioned several times with the spur of the moment education that everybody had to throw into getting the remote learning everything and getting that firecracker to go off relatively quick and helping everybody out. So good job on that. And it's good to hear a lot of the parents talking about all the great instances they had with remote learning. Unfortunately, on my side, we didn't get that. I mean, there was always some sort of technical issues or kids that couldn't talk or kids feeling left out. So it kind of throws a damper on the mood for having to do half-time remote learning this coming school year. So my question and kind of something that I know the superintendent said earlier, about can't, a lot of places or the school, it doesn't have the time to do a deep, thorough cleaning every day. Usually there's a certain set amount of time that you use either a week off of school or whatever that the administration has to take care of that. So because of that, in my mind, if you just simplify numbers here, if you take 100 kids out of any school grade and they go to 10 different daycares, because the daycares, the ones that are by the book have a 10 student, limit that they can do or whatever, then you're now cross-contaminating all of those kids that they're now going to be coming back to school the next day. So it seems to me that because a lot of the daycares and a lot of parents, as we know with the finding child daycare and things like that, is it turns into neighbors down the road, or maybe this person we kind of know or heard of, or, uncontrollability and perfect accountability of the kids. It seems like to me, it would be safer to send the kids to school every day in an area that is cleaned and is taken care of and is monitored with the best the school can do. Even if you do it half days, you send half the kids from 8 to 11, you got an hour for the teachers to Lysol their areas and people to come in and kind of clean up and do what they can on high traffic areas, and do the other half of kids come in at the end of the day. I think that would help out the teachers or the parents that can go to work every day, and it would help them provide more money. It's a lot easier to tell a job, I'll be there from 8 to 11 than it is to say I'm coming in every other day and this Friday I can't, especially a client-based company. I can't tell my clients, don't call me every other Friday or something like that. It kind of turns into quite the rigmarole there. So it seems to me like, like I said, I think it would be safer if we could do something like that. But if that's uncontrollable, if we can't do that, then if we have an option for 100% remote learning, what about the parents that want an option for 100% sending their kids to school? Having classrooms that are set up where teachers are available and the numbers permit to have kids that can go full time, and they can go, since there's an option for remote learning. The teachers are going to be there every day. The same teacher that's there on Monday will be there on Tuesday. If that teacher gets contaminated, they're going to get hit up for the kids on Tuesday at saying contaminated, like a nuclear war is going on. But it's a big word, and it's better than one syllable, So let me see. I have some, let's see, half the day. Yeah, Lysol. Let's see. Well, that's all I got. So anyway, thanks for your time. Good job on getting everything up last year. I hope that some of that made sense, that what I said. I know the remote education, I know that some a lady came on earlier and said, you know, so many changes over the years or over the time with people that have been able to advance really remote learning instead of no further of the advancement like we had last year where there was nothing new getting taught. But I know that wasn't on all the teachers. That was kind of a new thing. But anyway, thanks for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, Justin. Okay, so I'm showing Andrew Hellman. I'm not sure if that's a duplicate or maybe this is Sarah this time. They swap computers.
Hi, I meant to lower the hand. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Amanda Robson then.
Hi, thank you. I am a teacher at Freeport Middle School, and I've been following the surrounding districts. Specifically, I live in Yarmouth, so my kids attend Yarmouth schools. I have family who attend Greeley schools. And I was so happy to hear that they were allowing teachers to have that one day to connect with kids one-on-one, to offer those full group classes through Zoom, and just to have time to do everything that is being put in front of us right now. And I can't tell you the disappointment I have felt that we are not considering the same. It's really hard to understand why we're not allowing our teachers to have the time to plan this quality curriculum. Right now, we are asking teachers to plan for students at home, for students who are present in the classroom. However, we're being asked to do that in very little planning time. I've already heard that our planning time could be reduced, or that we may have students in our classroom during our planning time because we need to spread students out. And I know that there are logistics and we don't have a schedule yet, but I am fully intending to not have very much planning time this year. And with kids in my classroom 5 days a week, I don't know how I'm going to plan for a yellow model, let alone be prepared for a red model if we go there. I've heard a lot of comments asking that we are prepared for red. I'm going to be surviving, preparing for yellow. And I don't think I will have time to collaborate with my colleagues to plan for a red model if we don't allow for the time to do it. I think we're doing a huge disservice to our students by not asking teachers to plan for a quality curriculum. We're asking teachers to come up with something very quickly again, which we did in March. And I, as a teacher, did not like remote learning. I know students didn't. It was not fun. And I don't want to be in a place where I don't feel that I am giving the best education I can give. And if I don't have the time to plan a quality education, again, I'm going to feel overwhelmed as a teacher. And just feel like we're doing a huge disservice to our students. So to hear that these surrounding districts are allowing that time and that we're not is, it's unfortunate. And just as far as comfort level, I would be remiss if I didn't mention to everyone, just how comfortable are you inviting 10 middle schoolers into your living room? How comfortable are you going to a movie theater right now or an indoor restaurant? And how comfortable are you having a school board meeting in person? We're not. So I just want people to know that I will return to work because I need to return to work, but I'm scared and I need the time to do this well so I'm not scared. And I don't feel that we are there for our teachers in that way right now. Thank you. And thank you for.
Thank you, Amanda. Amanda McClendon.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I just had a couple questions. One is about the remote learning. It says they're going to have 2 hours of synchronous learning for math and humanities, but then it's broken up into 30 minutes per day. So wouldn't like the Monday and Tuesday, wouldn't they be getting the exact same information? Or are they not going to be the regular class? Like, is there a separate teacher that's going to be doing this, or are they actually following along with the regular class? And I guess I had the same concern, not necessarily for myself, but for the students that have IEPs and the children of the employees that are coming 5 days a week, if we're doing the same curriculum Monday and Tuesday for the two cohorts, it's going to get repetitive for these children that are there every day. And the last question I had is if there was any thought into, for the students that do choose to go remote, if there's any thought into organizing any sorts of little groups or little pods for them to kind of rely on each other. Sort of like, you know, so they'd have a peer network to kind of talk to about problems and things like that, since they're, you know, obviously don't have the full support that they would have at school. If they would just have a little bit more support in kind of a smaller group that maybe would be more comfortable or more acceptable for them. And that's it.
Thank you, Amanda. Lauren Bennett.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself.
No problem.
I'm a parent of a rising second grader and a rising fourth grader, and I just wanted to take a minute to express something that I feel like I haven't heard a lot in the last couple of meetings, which is just that there are those of us out there who are really pleased with the hybrid plan, and we think that it really does a good job of doing what we can under the main CDC guidelines and doing the, you know, getting kids the best possible opportunity for education in the middle of what is clearly a pandemic. So there really isn't an ideal situation where kids get absolutely everything they need. And so I just wanted to say, I really hope the board goes forward with this hybrid yellow plan. And I just think you guys have done a great job, and I can tell that you're going to be adapting and changing things and improving things as you go. And that's, as a parent, that's just really wonderful to see. And I think these are hard times, and our kids can't get maybe absolutely everything that we think they deserve at this moment in time. But I think you guys are doing a great job, and I hope you go forward with this, given that our positivity rate and the other data continue to support the yellow option. So thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay, so that's all I see for hands up. So I'll give, I was gonna say, I'll give folks a couple of seconds to put their hand up if they have a question. Nikki.
Can you all hear me?
We can.
Hi, it's myself, Nikki, and my husband, Ron. We have a daughter attending second grade at Moore Street. And I just, this is the first one that I've been able to join and kind of get the overview live, and listening to the other questions. I just wanted to go back to the gentleman's comment about the kids that are able to go to school 5 days a week if the teachers are working there, how that makes other families feel as we're all scrambling around trying to accommodate, work schedules and the hybrid mode at this point, and how personally difficult it is for our family. And then a couple of questions that I had was, what will it look like when all these kids, come back together after, being out of school until March, and you're getting regular, school germs, so to speak. If one presents with a basic runny nose or cough that, in the past would not have sent them home, is there going to be different criteria for that? Will they automatically be sent home those days? That was one question. What was one question? Yeah, no, just really going back to that gentleman's comment. It is difficult to hear that, some kids would be able to attend 5 days depending on, because of those parents' jobs, when we all have to work as well. So I'm hoping, I have some educators back home where we're from, where they are opening up in the green zone, and then if they have to roll it back in October, typically when kids are, coming down with colds, etc. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there, that we would support that, and then have to roll it back if necessary. And then giving those parents that still don't feel comfortable in green to still do remote learning, but those of us who do feel comfortable being able to send our kids to school full time. Thank you all.
Do you mind sharing your last name just before?
Goodhart.
Goodhart, thank you. Okay. Amanda W.
Hi. So my last name's Whitegiver because I know you're going to ask me that.
Thank you, Amanda.
And I have two children at DCS going into kindergarten and 5th grade. And I have to say personally, I'm still a bit undecided because I'm just kind of waiting to hear what the final plan is. But I had a couple of questions. First of all, for the remote learning option, maybe I missed it, but it didn't sound like right now there's a plan for continuation of that after December for K-5 if people are still not comfortable with going to school because we'll be heading into the thick of normal flu season. And it's going to be a lot harder to differentiate symptoms. So, I mean, if anything, I feel like that would be something that I would be considering even more heavily at that time of year if I don't opt for it for this time of year. And then also, if we do decide to, sorry, bedtime problems going on in the background. If we do decide to go with the yellow plan in our family and go to school instead of opting for the remote option, I personally do not feel comfortable with the green. Actually, my family did overall a great job with the remote learning, despite the fact that I work from home and I worked the entire time they were in school, and it was stressful, but the teachers were amazing and my kids actually learned pretty well. So overall, it was great. So if we go to green and I don't feel comfortable with green, is there going to be some kind of option for people that are in the yellow plan and are just like, no, I absolutely am not comfortable with green? What do we do then? Are we going to be able to opt for remote as a late start or follow along with the class in some other way and still just do half attendance or something? So I'd just love to hear like what kind of thoughts we have on that. And then last of all, for the start date, I know that my sister lives in Massachusetts and which I know they have a lot more cases, but I know we're debating delaying our start slightly. And personally, I am concerned about just in general with the amount of people we still have from out of state and with a holiday occurring right before school starts and knowing that there's going to be, more people gathering in slightly larger numbers than they normally would. I just feel concerned that we have an additional risk starting school right after a holiday at having people coming in with that additional exposure of larger groups that they wouldn't be showing symptoms yet. So if there's a way that we can give that to the teachers additional planning time they're asking for, or flex in some of their workshop days from different parts of the school year, or if the state is, releasing some of our school year time, one of those options, if there's a way to start September 14th instead to give people time to, show symptoms if they're going to from the activities around the holiday, that would definitely be one thing that would help me feel more comfortable about starting school, even with the yellow plan. So that was everything. Thank you guys so much. There's a lot of thought I can tell, and while I still have questions, I really appreciate you taking the time and everything that's gone into it. So thanks.
Thanks, Amanda. Colleen Gridley. I think you're off mute, Colleen.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
And now it's working. Hi, my name's Colleen Gridley, and I'm a middle school teacher at DCS. And I just have two quick questions. My first, I'm just wondering if there's a plan for staffing shortages. On a normal school day in a non-pandemic world, our school has a hard enough time finding guest teachers to cover all classes and duties. And I'm just concerned that in a pandemic world, I don't imagine that there are many people who right now are willing to come in a substitute role. And there are times in a non-pandemic situation where we have to combine our classes in order to cover students. And that's not going to be a possibility when we're trying to maintain safe distances. I think it's also especially a concern when teachers may potentially have to quarantine for 2 weeks if they exhibit any of the COVID symptoms. So if we don't have enough staff to teach our students, I'm concerned about how in-person instruction can truly take place. And then my other thought was Dr. Foley had mentioned that there were 10 teachers requesting to work remotely. But so far, to my knowledge, teachers have only been able to make this request if they have a medical condition, not if they just feel as though in-person instruction is unsafe for them or unsafe for their family members. So I don't think that as of right now, that number is an accurate representation of the number of staff members that could potentially not be returning in person come the start of the school year. But I thank you all for all of the hard work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Jamie Palmer.
Hi, thank you. This is actually Chris. Jamie and I are working together on the computer. Chris Palmer, 2 kids in Freeport. My wife teaches at Moore Street. I actually wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just want to echo some of the prior speakers and the comments they made. I think it's really important to emphasize that, we are in a pandemic. In my life, I've never experienced a situation like this. I don't think any of us have. And the health of our community should be paramount. And I don't want to say we need to lower our standards of, we all want what's best of our children, both from a health standard, both physically, mentally, socially, and also educational. But I think we need to be realistic that we are in a pandemic and we don't know how the science speaks today, how that's going to change tomorrow, and what we're going to find out tomorrow. Originally, we didn't need masks. Now they're saying you do need masks. Now Dr. Fauci is talking about, Fauci is talking about, you should maybe consider wearing goggles, because your eyes are a mucous membrane. I guess I just want to say we need to be realistic and maybe to some degree that, the education may not be what we would normally have outside of a pandemic. A couple of weeks ago, I just did some research about Katrina. Think about all those people misplaced, lost their homes, lost their lives. The children of Katrina, how are they doing today? And yes, there were some that suffered, from that. They were moving multiple times, post Katrina, trying to find new homes and start new lives. But there are a lot of success stories. So we are in a pandemic. Words of my grandmother always said, in bad times, this too shall pass. This will pass, and we will get through it. And our kids, they will be okay. There are a lot of success stories of kids in Katrina that are graduating from college today and being successful. And I think we just need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, so I think we have exhausted our audience for their questions and their comments. So I think we can now move it to the board. I believe all of you have the ability to unmute themselves, correct? Yep, okay. So I guess I would just open it up to the board for comments, additional clarification from the administrators or Dr. Foley. And I think to start, we can do it with hands, and I see Valley is up first.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for all the administrators and teachers and public who have participated tonight. I wanted some clarification for some of the questions that were answered by the administrators. And one of the questions I have is, what is the plan in the hybrid version for both elementary, middle, and high, which seems to be similar, to address the needs of students who, when they're home for 2 or 3 entire days, are unable to structure their time and get motivated on their own to complete the work that has been assigned the day prior? And alongside that question, I also wanted to find out how are teachers going to compress the lessons that are taught on the in-person days in school to basically accomplish the same number of instructional lessons that are given to students, given that 2 or 3 days of the week, the students will be working independently and they will not get that instruction. So are we talking about compounding all the lessons that would have normally been given in 1 week in 2 or 3 days? And how are students going to be able to handle that torrent of instruction that comes to them on very few days of the week, and they have to absorb it all and work through the practice on their own when they're home, possibly without any help?
Becky, are you comfortable if we just jump in to respond?
I am. Go ahead.
So I'll shine a little light on the elementary level. So one of the things we've been exploring is how we might use the support staff we have that support kids, Volley, with that very same thing when they're in the building. So our RTIB Ed Tech, for example, and even looking at other staffing where when you have half the kids in the building, there are places where we have some staffing that we could repurpose. So we imagine there being a handful of kids that still do get virtual support, either live on their home days, right? For example, it might be that they're meeting with an ed tech at 10 a.m. who's reviewing assignments with them, who's been in communication with the teacher. It also might be that the Monday before they go home, they're checking in with that staff member, right? Let's pull out what you have to do tomorrow. All right, how are you going to organize your day? Let's email mom so she's got it. But that same sort of executive functioning support that we offer kids in the building, I anticipate we'd be offering kids in that way. Regarding curriculum, our strategists have begun putting some thinking into this and what this looks like. And as I mentioned before, we don't imagine it as a halving of the curriculum. I also think it's important that we're honest that it's likely not 100%. I think it's somewhere that cuts the middle of that, maybe slightly above that, like an 80-ish%. And it might look like, so if you imagine the mini lesson that was taught on Monday in reading and Tuesday in reading if we were in school a year ago, that the way the teacher would do is teach that first mini lesson at the start of reading. Kids would engage in independent practice and small group work. And then the teacher might actually finish the lesson with the next day's mini lesson and then assign the work then. So that would be one example. Another example, math, I had this conversation with the teacher Monday this week. Looking across math, there are lessons that are meatier than others. For example, sometimes, and teachers do this when we're in school all the time, right? That lesson that's like, oh, there's no way that happens in a 60-minute block. And then there's those lessons that are just less high leverage, and doing that same kind of work that teachers do when they're in the building, thinking about, okay, what are the must-haves? What are the essential elements of this unit so that we can still kind of keep pace? And that's part of the reason we feel like it's really important, that collaborative time, I think that Becky was talking about earlier, ensuring that after school and PLC time is preserved for that very work so teachers can do that kind of thinking work together.
Ray or Will, do you want to respond to that at the middle level?
Don't both jump in simultaneously.
Go ahead, Will.
I think it's not dissimilar to what Emily is saying. I think that one of the pieces, as Ray mentioned earlier, we're definitely looking at how to bridge some of that potential synchronous learning in the middle school. We think that at that age, we've had quite a lot of discussion about this, that at this age, the students are going to be a little bit more independent and accessible to the technology that may make the synchronous more viable. And so we have teachers in both middle school ranges who we're going to start piloting that work with to see how we could potentially bridge that work as we get started. In the meantime, it's very similar to what Emily was suggesting in terms of making sure there's rigorous instruction around more complex concepts, and then also the sort of advice has been to sort of like Marie Kondo the curriculum around what are sort of essential pieces that we need to make sure we are hitting and that we know are real building blocks moving forward, and what are some of those pieces that we may recognize have to be held out right now, but that aren't going to be compromised moving forward. So we're sort of digging into what is that sort of through line of building blocks within the curriculum, and then what can we not lean in on. There's some aspects also where we're looking at, what are opportunities to have students working together, those who are in school and those who are out of school. So when there's projects that can be done that would involve students partnering up, for those who are on an A day with a student from a B day class, for example, where when the instruction is working around a similar concept, that may be another leverage point where we can engage the students who are on their B day work.
And then I think that the high school has talked about they're going to have support for all the subject areas. They're working on that. But Jen, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, the only thing that I would, I would echo some of the things that both Will and Emily said, but I would also add that one of the things that we did in the springtime was we identified 50 students in grades 9 through 11 who we knew just historically from knowing these kids that they would need additional support. And we connected them with an ed tech who checked in with them every day. And so that is something that we definitely can figure out as a part of our continued schedule in the yellow plan, or, if we had to transition to the red plan. But I think that knowing these students and even the new ninth graders who are going to know less, our administrative team communicates a lot about the incoming ninth graders. And so we will have an idea of who needs that additional support. And so that would be in addition to students being able to access the writing center and the math lab and the representative from the department who's going to be available each day of the week for those different students. And I think I'd also just echo what they said about the reality of not being 100% of our typical instruction. Our teachers already started to work on that in the spring to think about what's essential skills and knowledge. And I mentioned at last week's board meeting that one of the things that we're planning on working with is doing a lot more professional development for our teachers about what flipped classrooms actually look like. And so the things that they may have traditionally done in the classroom would be the things that students are working on at home. To Will's point, our thinking might be that kids in the same cohort would partner on their day at home to be working on something collaboratively that then they are preparing to bring into class. So those are some of the ways that we'll address that.
Thank you. Susanna.
Just a question of whether, I don't know if Ollie's hand went back up. I don't know if she wants to respond to that, if that should happen first, or if I should go. Okay.
Just say go ahead.
Yep. So I've got several questions. One is questions on equity with synchronous learning. We're talking last week that if the school district is providing hotspots, but those are based on cell service. I know at my house, I cannot make a cell phone call. I cannot send a text. I have to go about half a mile down the street from my house to receive a text or anything like that. So, I wouldn't have a chance. I can't stream anything. That doesn't happen. So just what the issues are with that and with the synchronous learning, I think is just still quite a concern for me, especially if there are kids in the district whom we didn't know about whom we didn't know in terms for reaching. So but making sure that, if we're doing synchronous, it isn't widening a gap we're not creating other issues. And then also between the remote option and the non-remote option, I know we spoke a little bit about the classes being different, and this would get into come December 22nd, if the remote option is not available to be continued, how are we assisting kids transitioning from that system to the other system, in terms of, you know, what classes are available, because we've discussed that the class options are going to be different. If the class options aren't different, but the levels are slightly different, and we're talking about, you know, maybe kids taking classes at BYU online. So if they're taking a class there, how are we helping them just with those gaps, switching between the systems? And then classes online that have a fee, are the students liable for that fee, or is the district paying that? Would be another question. And then also want to know about extracurricular activities, both in just whether it's sport or chess club, whatever it is, and kids remote options, what those are available. I taught sport last spring in the shutdown, and it was kind of intensive and crazy, but it was also something that the kids really felt valuable is to do. So it's something I guess I definitely support extracurricular activity, even though it may not be getting teams together to kick a soccer ball around. So I'd like to know what's being done with that. And then yes, our remote kids have access to it. Ventilation, spoke about what the ventilation was, but when Becky was speaking about it, it was very vague in the terms of, so I want to know how we're measuring it. What do we know rather than it's just sufficient? And what are the actual specifications that the district or the DOE is requiring? And then discussion on the 2-day, 4-day-a-week system. I'm sort of on two minds of that, but if we go to a 4-day-a-week system and to give the teachers the extra planning, I realize that that's cutting a day of student learning out, in-person activity, but it is something that's actually going to improve remote learning, because that's something that I think is important, and the consistency for families, especially with childcare, work, etc. But that also just questions on meals for kids. I know the feedback was that if we're only providing meals on learning days, and if we want to have meals if we do 4 days a week, say it's Friday off, that Friday is not a day that we necessarily have to provide a meal for, but we could. And just want to know whether the district has any leaning towards whether that's something we would do as well. Likewise, if we delay school, we don't need to provide meals during that gap. So is that something that we would be doing? I believe the answers that we got over the weekend were just, it could happen, but the school is liable for it. So just wondering about that. And then contacts with illness. So if a kid or a faculty member is sick or is concerned about somebody's concerned about being sick, what is the range of people who are impacted? So if a kid was in class yesterday, is everybody in that class and all their contacts assumed to need to quarantine or be out of school and out of work until proven otherwise, or or until a test says so, or what's the range of that? And then I guess I just have one comment on the issue about having faculty and staff kids attending the district. And I guess, a lot of people have been opinionated as to whether that's inequity, access to more quality education or whatever, but it's also something that the district it's able to do for its employees. And I think that seeing it from that perspective, that here's an employer that is able, childcare is an issue for everybody. And it would be awesome if all systems of employment, and lots of corporations could, if it were a priority, take care of their children, their faculty and staff children, their workers, employers' children. And I think that that's something that this district is doing, that it's not to promote the education of a certain group of students, but rather to help a certain group of essential employees with childcare. So I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
So thank you, Susanna. That was comprehensive. I'm thinking that in trying to think of the most efficient way to go through questions from the board, and just because I'm guessing several of us have questions on similar topics, and maybe it makes sense to approach certain topics and get board's questions on all of that at once, so we don't jump back and forth to whether it's the ventilation specifics or whether it's the students for the staff. I think Becky, you're not muted, so I don't know if other people hear double, but I can hear. Thanks. So I don't know if we want to, I'll ask Becky what she thinks the best approach is to the questions we have from Susanna. If we want to just sort of rapid fire through any of those quick ones that you think you could answer quickly, and then more substantial conversations that we expect to have questions from other board members, maybe we approach it from that perspective. I'm just looking at other board members to see if they think that's a valid approach to. Okay.
I just think we're going to,
yeah,
with the amount of questions, if people still have that many questions on the night that we're voting, I just am overwhelmed with the thought of we're never going to answer every single question. And I just really feel that at this point, I mean, I'm not saying stop questions or anything. Obviously, deliberation needs to continue. But as far as questions being answered, I just don't. This could go on until next week, and I'm not sure what the answer is to handling it. But I just know that we can't answer all the questions that everyone has, and if that's prohibiting them from voting until they have all those questions, then we should address that now.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I mean, how many, we will certainly be collecting lists of questions and sharing them. I know Dr. Foley's already started the FAQ document to start sharing answers as we have from questions we heard from last week along with this week. I think that what made me think of it was the comment about the teacher, the kids, because I think that's one of the things that probably warrants a conversation from the board level. Questions around ventilation, if that's what people feel that's important. The staff concerns around prep time. Things that are really critical to the plan. I mean, they're all important questions that we want to get answers to, but I just want to be cognizant of people's time and try to be efficient in our decision making here. To Jen's point, if we can make sure we're getting questions answered that you feel are crucial to you making your decision ideally tonight. It's hard because it's a fine line of wanting to have as many answers as possible because they're important questions, but also being cognizant that another board meeting would be a week later, and it provides a week less for our administrators and staff to prepare for the eventual opening of school when it does happen in whatever format we move forward with. So, I've heard from parents, I've heard from administrators that if at all possible, we should be trying to come to a vote tonight, so that we can move forward with a decision. So I guess with that lens, Susanna, since you had yeah.
We do have a series of votes on our agenda.
Yep.
Would it be helpful to just make the motions and then debate after each motion and vote and move on down the line?
Yep.
There are a couple that Vicky mentioned that she needed answers to that are not in the form of votes here. So maybe those could be added at the end. So Becky, you can have answers to things that you need to know that are not included in these motions that are already pre-printed for us in the agenda.
Valley, do I hear you making a motion for consideration and approval for the RSU 5 reopening of school plan? You're muted again.
Make the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Jen, thank you. Okay, so the first motion on the floor is for the actual total plan, right? So this is the plan that's online that encompasses all of the levels. It's not just the opening in yellow, it's the, what does yellow look like? What does green look like? What does red look like? So this first motion is around the plan as a whole. And I think the pieces of that that warrant probably discussion from what we're hearing are things around, the days, the kids from the staff attending. Those would all fall under, I think, plan considerations. So if you have comments or questions around that piece, and I'm trying to look through Susanna since she did have questions. I'm trying to figure out if any of those, do you have any of your questions that you had, Susanna, pop out as ones around?
The equity between remote
internet,
and non-remote, and then the internet as well, but the remote, switching between remote, non-remote. And if we start in yellow and a parent's not comfortable with that, can they switch to the remote only option, or what going throughout the entire year, the switch between, not just in December.
The transitions.
Transition between the two would be one for starters.
So is that something that, Becky, you're prepared to address?
Yes, we're asking parents to make a commitment, but we know that there are circumstances that we all have to consider when things happen in family. So there's not any 100% rule. So if somebody started in yellow, one of the other families talked about that, and we decided to go to green on October the 13th, and they weren't comfortable and they wanted to switch to remote learning. I think we could do that. I think the only area it may be difficult, and I'll have Jen talk to that, is at the high school where they're enrolling in certain courses. So I think you have done that before, Jen, for kids. Can you address that?
So absolutely. I think that there's times when it would be a challenge. The reality is that we have kids move in and out of the district at all times during the year. And so no matter what, every single year, we have to figure this out. When we have a student who moves in from Florida, we have to look at the classes that they are taking, adjust them to the new classes as best we can. And I know that the principals at the younger grades do that as well. And so it's not ideal, but in a lot of cases, we can work to catch them up on the content that they've missed, or it could be in a course where they can kind of jump into a new unit. And our teachers work really hard to work with students in that sense. And if it happens at the end of the semester, lots of the semester courses, lots of the online courses are semester based, and then they would just jump into back into our classes, or they would take another online class. Something for the board to remember is that we have partnered with these online courses for a long, long time. So many of our students have already taken these. The difference would be that they have taken them in conjunction with classes that they're taking in person at school. And so we've had students who are on an online class and aren't doing well, and we have to transition them back to a high school class. So there's challenges to it, but it's certainly something that we have faced in some way, shape, or form before.
And then I would ask Jim to answer the equity issue around the cell service, because I felt like we worked really hard last year to make sure that everyone had that, and we checked in with families. And so if somehow we missed a couple of families, we can make more efforts to ensure that that doesn't happen. But Jim, would you just kind of talk to that from your perspective?
Sure. So, we live in a rural and a urban district. And there are some places where cell signal doesn't reach as well as it should. We worked with two different providers, both Verizon and Sprint, because sometimes one cell company can provide a better coverage than the other. But, you know, we are limited in what we can do in a service area that they provide service. So there can be some spots where we can't reach, but we try to get as many as we can.
Okay, Valley.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion to revise the red plan for the middle and high school to become fully synchronous. This is for the red plan.
Okay, so just for process for folks, how it works when we have an amendment on the floor is we will, well, first, do we have a second for the motion to revise the red plan to be fully synchronous? Is that right, Valley?
That's right. So basically it means that if we go red, stay-at-home order, everyone's learning from home, that classes continue the way they would normally inside the building, so that everybody zooms into the lessons. And in doing and making this amendment, I also wanted to encourage Jim to use district funds to basically buy subscriptions to Comcast for the homes that don't have hotspots available to them, so that everyone can zoom in.
And this is pre-K to 12?
No, middle and high school.
So 6-12. Okay. All right. So do we have a second for Maddie? Thank you. Okay. So how it works with an amendment to the main motion is we will vote on that amendment. We have a motion. We have a second. So in a second, I'll provide people the opportunity to ask any questions or comment on that. So what we'll do is we'll vote on the amendment. And if it passes, then the original motion becomes as amended to include the language around revising the red plan to be fully synchronous from grade 6 to 12. If it fails, then we're back to our original motion, which is the plan as presented. So we're just going to focus our questions right now around the amendment on the floor. Does anybody have any comments, questions around going fully synchronous from 6 to 12? Maddie.
Valerie, I want to make sure I'm understanding the motion, the amendment. Are you suggesting that would include people who opt for remote in a yellow model? Or would that only include if the whole district is in the red model?
It would only be for the red plan, which basically means the whole district is in the red model. As written now, the plan has two different remote learnings model. One is for when everyone's at home, and the other one is for those who opt to learn remotely during a hybrid or green. I'm referring only to the time when everyone goes to red and everyone learns from home full time. So basically it would be the equivalent of what we had in the spring. And the reason why I'm making this amendment to this part of the plan is because we heard from so many parents who had extreme difficulty encouraging their children to basically stay engaged, and it was really difficult for students to stay engaged. Mostly, as described in the parent survey, it was due to the fact that there was so little structure to the day and so few check-ins that students were left to their own devices to structure their own time and find the motivation to complete the work that was assigned, in some cases, strictly through Google Classroom or even through Khan Academy lessons. So a lot of parents have been advocating for synchronous learning, especially when students are home all day learning on their own independently.
Beth.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, am I on? Am I on? Can you hear me? Oh, all right. Sorry, I'm using a different computer, so I'm not used to it. I would not be in support of that at the middle school level. I feel that the plan that Ray has put together with the middle school in the red, as far as they would only be Zooming, basically 1 or 2 classes a day, and then being able to be in touch with teachers and being, getting one-on-one help after that. I just can't, we've heard from some teachers about how it would be difficult to have that sort of synchronous learning for, sciences, especially outdoors. And I also feel like in middle school, I don't want my kid in front of the computer for 5 to 6 hours a day doing Zoom. I think that's going to be a very challenging thing for a lot of kids at the middle school level. I feel that maybe it could work better at the high school level, but I do not support that for the middle school level.
I just want to provide one clarification quick. When everyone is on red, the teachers are home also. So we don't have the issues surrounding multitasking, teaching the lesson at home, in the classroom, and at the same time having kids at home trying to Zoom in and having to multitask. And along the same lines, there wouldn't be any outdoor classrooms going on. Everyone's home.
Can you ask Valley to fix her microphone? She's coming in and out, and I want to hear her more clearly.
I think she hit it a little bit, but it seemed like it cleared up, but maybe it didn't for you, Maddie. I don't know.
I just increased the volume. Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Jen?
I would agree with everything that Beth just said. And in addition to that, I could not support something that's such a huge blanket decision that could actually have to go into place. Who knows? It could be immediately. So I just don't feel like we can put that on the plate of the teachers and the administrators at this point.
Michelle, can I hop in? And this is Ray speaking. Speaking from the middle school level, what Valley is asking for is 6 hours of kids on the computers. We have a 6.5 hour day with a half-hour lunch. It would provide no opportunity for kids to get individual support outside of class because they would all be, teachers would be teaching their classes, during the time the kids aren't in the class with them. And in the red plan right now, there are 2 to 3 required Zoom times for all, every day for all kids. So there are required Zoom times for kids on a daily basis in our red plan currently, 6 to 8.
Great. And I feel completely comfortable enough with that plan. I don't feel like we need to put another additional layer on.
Dwight, did I see your hand up?
My hand was up because I was hoping that we could ask Valley to turn her volume up. I was having a hard time hearing her. But I do have a question for Valley. The concerns you, is there some other way you could accomplish your objective, which I appreciate, without requiring the synchronized learning? Could we somehow require a different level of interaction with teachers and students that's a little more, has a little more flexibility to it than just a flat, it has to be synchronized learning? Is there anything you could consider there?
Yeah, when I proposed this, I have seen it working in other school districts, especially in private schools during the spring. And it wasn't a blanket, inflexible system at all. What it involved was synchronous lessons, and then the students would still work independently, but the teacher was available, and the teacher at that time after the lesson be conferring with individual students exactly the same way that it would happen in the classroom. So we're not talking about 6 hours of straight instruction. We're talking about the same amount of instruction the students will have gotten in the classroom, and then they can stand around, work in their own space independently, ask questions if they have them. Obviously, you'll probably provide longer breaks in between classes, longer lunch, so students can go outside and walk, so they're not glued to the screen for 6 hours. That is not what I'm proposing. I'm proposing a model that is a lot more nuanced than that, and we have seen it work many, many private schools in this spring to very high success rates and students and parents staying a lot more engaged. And it's worked. And I've talked to a lot of parents who had it in their homes, and they said it felt just like being at home for the students, in school for the students, and they weren't feeling overwhelmed by the amount of instruction or the amount of screen time, because they could stay away from the screen and turn around and do their work on paper after the lesson. It was just a way to structure the day for the students, so they would get the same lesson that they would get in the school. But it wouldn't be what was just described. At least that's not what I'm proposing.
Susanna.
So Raleigh's clarification might have helped with this a little bit, but I know I spoke with a bunch of kids in a couple nearby districts who did a fully synchronous system in the spring, and they said that it worked for the interaction, but they were saying that they could have done that amount of work in half the time because there's a lot of waiting around for classes to start, and the tech issues that needed to get sorted. And many of them found it quite frustrating. I didn't speak to everybody who's in the class, but I was working with 75 kids from 10 neighboring schools last spring, and that was one feedback that was back to me also is that also harder with parents needing to stay home for maybe sixth graders on the younger side of being home by themselves with the schedule, how that changes scheduling. But as Ray was saying about set Zoom times anyway, I don't know how relevant that is. But yeah, I would worry about just a lot of screen time. And I'd be more interested in seeing how the pilots of this go, as I believe we're talking about piloting this program in middle school and high school and seeing how that goes. And if it's successful, looking at maybe implementing it. But I'm a little bit hesitant to jump the gun without knowing how it's going to work. And I guess that gets back into tech issues and everything to make sure that it's working first. So that's
Maddie.
I'm in support of this plan because we won't know how it's going to work unless we try to make it work. And that's one of the reasons why I'm proposing a delayed start. So we have the opportunity to make it work. And we're also hearing, I feel, from a lot of teachers who would like the opportunity to take the lessons that they learned in the spring and make our remote learning more robust. Anecdotally, my daughter was in a month-long music camp program where she was in Zoom classes for 3 hours a day. So there were shortened classes, and then there was individual learning, and it worked very well. And this is something that the camp threw together quite quickly so that they could still have camp this year, and it was pretty impressive. So if part-time music teachers can make something like that work, I have more than 100% confidence that our talented teachers and staff can make this work. It also, I'm in favor of it because it provides that connection point between student and teacher. It provides a connection point between classes. It's certainly not the same as in-person instruction, but if we're going to have to move to red, I would prefer that we do this instead of more sort of outsourcing to other providers. So that's first thing I wanted to say about why I'm in support of this amendment. And secondly, I'd like to amend the amendment to include remote instruction, synchronous learning at the high school for those who, sorry, let me say this again. For families at the high school who opt for the remote instruction in a yellow plan, I would like that to be synchronous learning only.
Okay. So do we have a second for Maddie's amendment to Valley's? Valley, thank you. Okay. So, Dwight.
Actually, I think I saw another hand go up over there as well. Valley, would you consider just limiting it to high school for the time being, as opposed to middle school and high school?
I would. Then you need to amend my amendment, and I'll second you.
Right, because we already have Maddie's amendment on the floor, so she would have to rescind it and then go back.
That seems the simple way to go, but if not, I will amend Valley's amendment to make it apply to high school.
Why don't I rescind my amendment and I'll bring it back in a minute.
Okay, so rescind your amendment and rescind your second. And Valley, would you like to adjust your amendment?
You're muted.
I make an amendment to the original motion to incorporate fully synchronous learning to the red plan for the high school only.
Okay. Maddie, second, thank you. And now Maddie.
And I would like to amend that amendment to include those who choose the remote option in the yellow model at the high school.
And Valley still second? Okay. So now we're talking about Maddie's amendment, which essentially what we're talking about here is, so for folks who choose the remote option at the high school, they would start for whenever class is in session at the high school, they would be synchronous immediately. So this would start at the start of school, whenever that is. Jen.
Did Jeremy have his hand up before me?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to watch hands and hands.
He hasn't said anything yet, so.
Jeremy.
That's okay, Jen. Go ahead. I'm curious to hear what you say.
Okay, I just to make it really quick that I can't support. I don't even know which. I can't support either one of them. Mostly just because I feel like it is way too late in the game to put these constraints. That's my opinion. Just too late in the game to put these constraints on the teachers, on the administrators. And I also feel like then we have a whole conversation about, is it required then? I had two kids that were in high school last year, one, graduated, one coming back, but would she be required to then, if we're in red, do the synchronized, because that just didn't work for us. So, she was much better doing stuff on her own schedule, her own time. So to kind of go, with what you said, Maddie, and I understand, with your situation with your daughter, that worked great. When you were describing that situation for my daughter, that would have been a nightmare. So, I feel like there's just always going to be good for some, not good for some. So I feel like putting a blanket, again, like a blanket requirement for that is too much.
Jeremy.
Yep, I generally agree with Jen also. I just think it hamstrings too much, similar to the enormous amount of work that was done about the class size requirements and all the unintended consequences that came up from that. I think there's probably too many things that we aren't considering in creating that much of a hamstring for the middle school and high schoolers. So I think the pilot program that Ray talked about, I think, sounds like a great way for us to figure out what's the best way for this to work. And we still, at minimum, are going to have that opening time when we, expect to be in the yellow. And I don't support that at this time.
Beth?
I just still concerned about, I know Valley mentioned it sort of as, when she was saying at the beginning about getting the internet to everyone, and also making sure that, you know, it's broadband or whatever is enough to be streaming the lessons and everything. And I guess I would, before I could even consider it just for the high school, I would need a specific plan as to how many students, like, how are we going to do this and make sure that we have all of these kids that have, you know, I mean, we heard from a parent that said there were people that didn't know, and I don't know how that happened, because it, you know, for me it was well communicated that if you didn't have access, but I was already getting those emails, and so maybe they couldn't get the emails. You know, I'm not aware of exactly how it goes down for everybody. And so in order to even think about supporting this amendment, I would need some sort of detailed exactly what would be done to make sure every family, every student has the proper access.
Susanna.
Sorry, I forgot my question. Yeah, same with Beth on that point. But the second point, going to Maddie's amendment on the remote learning, just wondering what that, I mean, at the moment, the remote plan is separate from the hybrid red, green, yellow plan. So if remote is synchronous, is it synchronous with those teachers? But those teachers are just teaching the remote, correct? I think. Whereas the kids who are just doing the remote are not on the same curricular path necessarily with kids in school. So is this conflating those two systems? Are we just going to be going to one system and not have the separate, or just have a remote model being kids who are just staying at home and not even attending school, but then following the same curriculum? Does that make sense as a question?
Yeah, I think, and I'm not going to, I'll let Maddie speak to it, but my sense of the goal of this is so that the kids in the high school, there isn't a distinction between the curriculum. If you choose remote, you're just doing it all from home. If you choose yellow, then you're doing half of it at home and half of it in class, but it's the same courses.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it's getting rid of the separate curricular decision.
Right. Becky, did you say you had a question?
Well, I think my question was Susanna's question, so we haven't even had a chance to like even work that out of how that might work.
Michelle? Excuse me, I can't raise my hand. I just wanted to clarify part of that statement, which was that the district could purchase Comcast. And, you know, I know people are watching this. When I contacted Comcast back in March, there are a couple issues. Number one, there was no mechanism for us to cover somebody's subscription in their home. Number two, Comcast does not go everywhere in the district. There are some places where there's not enough customers on the street for them to run a line. So, you know, there are stumbling blocks there. And there's also another cable company that splits the district. So part of it's Comcast, part of it's Spectrum. So there are multiple issues that can't just be solved with that simple of a statement.
Maura.
I know some of the cable providers were offering free service. Can you hear me okay? I got a comment that my mic wasn't loud enough. Okay. So maybe that's something we could check on. I just wanted to be sure I know what we're comparing the proposed amendment to. The existing red plan that we have at the high school that I have in front of me is that there will be synchronous and asynchronous learning, at least one synchronous lesson per week per class. And during weeks where there are 3 days of one color, at least 2 of the 3 classes will be live synchronous classes. Well, anyway, I won't read the whole thing because I'm sure you all have it, but there's multiple synchronous classes in it each week. Am I understanding correctly? For each student, there's like, how many would that be? 1 or 2 for each class?
I think that's how I read it.
Okay.
Charlie's nodding yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
So I just want to share my thoughts on the amendment on the floor. I think the current amendment of basically turning the remote option at the high school to fully synchronous, while I understand the rationale, and I think in an ideal world, it would be great to do. I don't see us having the capacity to turn that around and have every classroom ready for synchronous learning on day one, even if we pushed it back to the 14th. Just from a technology standpoint, just from a training standpoint for all of the staff. I guess my perspective is, the folks that choose the remote option, that's a weight that they have to do for themselves. What's the priority for them, for their family, and I can't imagine layering that on to the staff to get that ready for day one. And similarly for the original amendment on the floor around, just requiring in the red to be synchronous, I do think, I think we'll probably get there. But I think the tact of taking a measured approach and piloting, I guess my question around piloting is, what does that mean? Like, is there one teacher who's willing to do one class? Or are we saying, hey, our math teachers are going to work to do this because we think that's most appropriate to get in place first for synchronous learning, for building. So I like the measured approach of all of the red plans currently have synchronous learning as a component. It's not 100%. And there may be reasons it could never be 100% for the things that Jim talked about or other questions, but there is an expectation that all the teachers will have synchronous learning. And that is a step above what we offered in the spring. It was very, some teachers did it, some teachers didn't. I think this is already strengthening our remote plan with what's provided now. So I am not in favor of either amendment. Maddie. Yeah, Maddie. And then Dwight, I see your hand.
I don't see this as a constraint at all. And in fact, I see it as a simplification of the plan. As it stands, if our numbers stay the same, we only have 11% of the students at the high school opting for the remote option. So I think Cynthia said that was 5 or 6 students per grade level at the high school. So we're talking about 2 or 3 kids per class opting into Zoom for a class that they normally would have been involved in, instead of having to take their education to BYU or one of these other options. And conversely, I see that as a heavy burden on the guidance department, having to take this 11% of the high school population and make sure that they have something that kind of resembles their 4-year plan, but serving it all with the remote options and not with their cohort that they are already familiar with, not with the teachers they're already familiar with, not with what they envision their high school plan to be. I think some of these families, like I said at the last meeting, aren't necessarily choosing it because they want to stay home, but because they have to stay home. And I think it is also an equity issue. I believe this is something that is easier to accomplish than some of my colleagues are making it out to be.
Dwight.
Michelle, I was pleased to hear you say that you thought the expectations had been raised. And I think that's what Valley and Maddie are trying to support and reinforce and make sure it really does happen. What is in our plan that you would go to that allows you to have that confidence that our expectations regarding the synchronized learning approach will be addressed or are being addressed?
I guess because there was no requirement in the spring that any of the learning be synchronous, right? And understandably so. Clearly we were all in a position nobody expected to be in. And I applaud the efforts of all of our folks. Just, they're dealing with their own kids, their own families, their own things that were going on, as well as trying to completely flip the model they were delivering their education through. So this is not fault or blame on our teachers in any way, but I mean, I think we've heard of a variety of different experiences with remote learning in the spring. There were some people who were like, geez, I saw my teacher, my kids saw their teacher every day. And then there were others who said, my kid had no synchronous opportunities at all from March to June. So I think just the expectation that we've built into the plan that says there will be at the high school at least one, if not two, if it's a three class week for that block, a synchronous opportunity, like it will happen. So to me, saying, it's not left up to the discretion of, school or teacher or whoever, this will happen. So to me, that elevates the expectation. So, I mean, obviously not enough for some folks, but for me, I think it's a place to start.
Thank you.
Yeah, Valley. And then I see you, Beth. Sorry.
Yeah, and I should have started with that. I do acknowledge that there has been a huge improvement over what we had in the spring and the red plans as written right now. But I would like to say that I don't see why the technology issue is a deterrent for fully synchronous, but it's not for the red plan as written. I mean, I am happily ready to rescind the motion. If someone will explain to me, how are we going to do some of the live lessons, some of the zooming in as described in the red plan now, if there are students who don't have access, and why it would be more difficult to do it in a fully synchronous model. I think the technology issue is an issue for all of these plans. So before I can vote for the red plan that's being proposed, I want to know those students who are home and don't have a hotspot now, how are they going to be able to participate in the plan that is being proposed without my amendment?
So I'll try to jump in and answer that. And it really is not something, as you know, you're putting something new on the table. So this is the thinking, my thinking, and not the administrative team's thinking. But one of the things that we know now since March that we didn't try to do from March to June is that if we were in the red plan and we had some kids that really don't have access, I think that we could possibly bring them in, would be one of my thoughts, because we have groups that are allowed now. We're up to groups of 50. And even if that went back to 25, I think that with all the precautions we've learned about, we could bring them in if we truly have people who have no access.
And could we bring them in if we had a fully synchronous plan also? Just apply the same access to technology?
I guess it would depend on, I would think that we could, Valley, depending on how the motion is written, right?
I think your question is more like implementing the plan, implementation, as opposed to what we're voting on. Oh, you muted yourself, Allie.
Yeah, I agree that it's more about implementation, but if we're not able to implement whatever we vote for, then we probably shouldn't vote for it. But knowing that, if we can implement either one, then I'll have to say that I'm satisfied with that. But I would still like for the district to continue to meet its goal of fully connecting technologically all of the students, so we don't have to bring them into the buildings.
Beth.
That was basically my number one question, is about the technology access across the board for all the plans, obviously, except for green. But it's, that was my biggest thing, is like, how can we implement red or yellow without, making sure all the kids have access to the technology. So that's just my one of the number one concerns that I had anyway. But I just have a quick question. When we're talking about the equity of the high school curriculum, do the online, like the VHS and Brigham Young, are they offering the AP classes? Like, is it the same sort of classes that are offered in person at, the same level of classes, I guess, is what I want to know when we're thinking about the equity of curriculum.
Jen? Okay, or Becky?
No, I was going to say Jen or Charlie could answer that.
There are AP classes that are available online. It might not be that every single one of the classes that is offered in our program of studies is also offered online, and vice versa. There's also a lot more. Typically, prior to COVID, the reason why we used VHS and BYU was predominantly for classes that we did not offer or for credit recovery. Those were the two things. And so there's a huge range of the classes that are available. We certainly wouldn't guarantee that all of our classes, especially some of the unique ones that teachers have made themselves, would be offered, but we would work really hard to find something that's comparable.
Jen Galetta, you had your hand up, but I don't see it now, but I wasn't sure if, no, it's again.
Yeah, just to add to with the technology thing that Becky kind of touched on, saying that they could bring kids in. I mean, in the work that I do, I work with people that are getting out of incarceration. They barely have a phone. So what a lot of the agencies are doing is that they're closed and they're not doing face-to-face, but they're opening areas like in their lobby that have almost like little suites that are set up where people can go there, meet with their counselor. It's almost like telehealth, but if that was something that was available to people, if we had to go to red, that could partially solve some of the technology issues. I mean, there still could possibly be transportation issues or something, but it certainly, I think, and I didn't even think about that until it got brought up, but I think that would be something that could be pretty easily done right at the school.
Thank you. Valley.
Yeah, this is the last thing I'll say before we take the vote, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that if we do have a fully synchronous model, then this model serves all of the purposes. The fully online for those who choose under the hybrid, the red plan for everyone when we have to go home, if we ever have to, and hopefully not. And also it gives the students who do choose remote option the ability to finish off the year remotely. You don't have to cut it off.
Your mic is going in and out
when
again.
we run out of funds.
Okay. Yeah, could you just tell me your last sentence again? Your mic went out again.
Yes, then as it stands, we have been warned that in December, funds may run out, and students who have chosen to do remote learning may have to go into the building, whether they like it or not, or do homeschooling or something else. This way, if we have an effective, fully synchronous plan in place, they can finish off the year from home if that's what they choose to do, which is not the case right now.
Bara.
I was just trying to find the remote plan to look at again, but could you remind me, is there any interaction? I know we've talked about how they'd be using other online learning platforms, but it really saddens me to think of some of our high school students being more isolated if they're taking all of their classes online and not having a connection with their class. I'm concerned about the amount of resources it would take to make synchronous learning for those students, since there aren't that many of them, but I'm wondering how they will have that connection to their class at school, if any.
When Maura, when you mean connection to their class, you mean to their like class of 2020, class of 2021, or you mean their actual course?
Yeah, their class of 2020 or whatever. They're social emotional, like I guess 2021 now, but this in a social emotional terms, in a sense of feeling like they're not just all alone in their learning.
So one thing that we implemented starting in May was that every student was, now when we say required, they were required to go to advisory. That didn't mean that everybody went. And so, you know, Charlie and I have been waiting to see what the board votes for which plan in order to then design what advisory will look like. But our thought is that advisory will continue in some capacity. And that could be a chance where advisory has nothing to do with a student's schedule. It's just a group of students from their own grade level with their advisor who they've been together for 4 years. And students who are in any plan could easily connect in that sense. There could be kids at home at the same time as the kids who are in class, because we don't have an advisory curriculum. We have school-wide activities or grade-wide activities that they do. We have mindfulness lessons. We have all sorts of things. So that would be one way. The other way would be a question that Susanna had asked was about co-curriculars, which we absolutely plan to continue. We're gonna have to be really creative about what that looks like. But the Latin Club ran this past spring super successfully. And so we can, you know, modify some things. And so I think that there are ways that we can connect kids like that. That would be similar to this past year. You know, we have some students who go to Region 10 for the entire day and never come to Freeport High School. They still connect in some ways. We have some students who audited classes at USM or at Bowdoin and also don't come into the building at any time except for co-curriculars or things like that. And so I think that we would know who this group of students is and make sure that we are connecting with them in some way. They'd also still have access to the math lab and the writing center and the dedicated person from each department and the guidance department and the social worker and all of those things. So I think there's definitely still ways to build those connections.
Could I just make one follow-up, maybe more a comment than a question? Maybe when you're piloting synchronous learning, there might be an opportunity to allow a child in the remote plan to participate in the synchronous learning in a high school class, but I don't know if that's would be possible or not. And I know you're piloting it, so just a suggestion.
Susanna.
I was just wondering, I think as Vali had just mentioned, the CARES Act funding expiring in December, and kids that are doing remote now may need to transition to non-remote or find another option in the spring. But I think I'm just not, there seems to be quite a gulf from a system that we haven't tried at all now and talking about piloting, and therefore needing to have that in place in September in order to provide some kind of continuity for them staying at home in January. And I'm just wondering, I guess I'm not quite comfortable making that jump right now, but I'm wondering what the plan is for piloting. Is the idea that we're doing one course for a month? Is it 1 or 2 classes for the semester? Or what is that pilot plan look like, and what are its goals, if that makes sense?
We've asked teachers across all levels who would be interested. And so I think we'll be selecting, I think we ordered 8 owls, but there are also other ways you can do synchronous learning. I haven't had a chance to follow up with the principals at those levels to see what our volunteer rate is at the moment. Definitely our first initial thinking is that it would be great to do it in some math classes, because that's one area that we do worry about the pacing, and that we felt like, you know, it would be easy enough to do using the Zoom whiteboard or the owl or the swivel or something like that. I'll see if any of the principals have anything to add to that.
Well, Becky, I can just jump in. You know, since we've sent out the email, we've gotten a wide variety of teachers from different departments that are interested. So, I mean, not a whole ton of them, but definitely a wide range of departments, which is encouraging. So we'd want to try it at a lot of different departments.
I would say the same. We had several teachers have stepped up to say that they are, willing to experiment with this work and really try to fine tune it and polish it. Our intention really is to be ready to use this in a way that works for teachers and for kids and for families. And so we're looking to define how that will work just as quickly as I think you all are hoping.
And I would agree with what Will said at the middle school level. And I also just want to chime in on what Morris said about this is kind of the avenue, if we do run out of these funds in December and we have to transition to another plan, this, is a natural way to go if that was a possibility. So I think it is, it's learning on all levels.
Okay, so I don't see any other hands up. So to recap, we have a motion, an amendment on the floor. Can you not hear me, Maddie? Can other people hear me okay? I haven't moved. I haven't changed anything. I don't think. I'm not even sure how to change anything on my headphones. What? I don't know. I didn't change anything.
In the meantime, I would like to say that I really appreciate the pilot. So please don't interpret my motion to amend as in any way critical of the efforts. I think you're definitely moving in the right direction, but I think if we move a little faster in that direction, given the interest from parents, it would be helpful. But I really appreciate everything that's going on.
Okay, so the first amendment to the motion, I'll just try and speak louder, is to amend the remote plan at the high school level to be fully synchronous with in-class learning. Correct, Maddie? That's the motion on the floor. Okay, so if all of everybody's questions and comments have been heard or answered, we will do a roll call vote.
I think Dwight had his hand up though.
Did you have another question, Dwight? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. I'm wordsmithing here, Michelle. I'm trying to, I sense from the comments that the sentiment is there, but there's concern about the speed with which this would force us to move. And so I think what I hear people saying collectively is we want the district to plan to be able to do this, not necessarily to do it because some planning is required. And I'm wondering if there's a way that message can be conveyed in the document by saying something like, develop a plan to do that, which gives us a little bit of wiggle room. Does that make it?
Yeah, sort of in as quickly as feasible to implement. But my concern is for the First Amendment around the remote plan, you're sort of either in or you're out for the start of the semester when school starts, right? You either have to, you're either jumping in with your classmates that are in school if we're in yellow, or you're jumping into an online course. And I'm not sure there's the flexibility to sort of move between the two. Am I miss Maddie?
Unless they are the pilot group.
Right.
If you can match all the students with the teachers who are interested in piloting.
Right, and the variety of classes that they all take.
And maybe not in full. Maybe, I don't mean to play hardball here, but Dwight is correct. I want to move us substantively forward. And I was concerned that what we've seen in the plan so far and the sort of lack of response to our conversation around this last week didn't move it forward as much as I feel we're hearing from the community it needs to move forward. So, it could be partially piloted, maybe there are, I don't know how the details would work, but if we could prioritize those students who must opt for the remote option in yellow, I would be satisfied with that.
I'm just looking at Becky to see if that's feasible.
I think I'm confused by the motion on the floor. I think that, so we don't have all of the data as far as how many people are going, who exactly is going remote, because you heard somebody say earlier, I was just reporting out the results as of today. But if there are, let's just say there are 5 freshmen that are wanting to go remote, am I hearing that the request is to have some of the classes synchronous? I need it clarified. There's been so many revisions to the motion.
Well, I think Dwight is suggesting that I might be able to rescind my motion, my amendment to the motion, if I feel assured that there will be language in the plan that prioritizes the high school students who are choosing the remote option as part of the pilot group. If there is an effort made to pilot with those students as much as possible, understanding that of course they're not all on the same plan, they're not all taking the same courses, so I understand that. But if I felt assured that we're prioritizing some synchronous learning with the high school for those students, I would feel like we were moving the ball forward, and that we would also be addressing the need for them to feel more connected to their learning community.
So the way I could see that happening, Charlie, give me a subject where somebody said they'd try it.
World language.
Okay, so if we have a freshman who has signed up for Spanish 1 and the Spanish teacher said that they were willing to try it, then we could make sure that they do the Spanish 1 so that the person who has opted for the remote learning has at least 1 synchronous class. We could do that, don't you think, Jen and Charlie?
I think we could try. I think one thing to remember that is really difficult is I think we're going to have to respect the wishes of parents. And if on September 8th we start school and a parent decides that day that that child is going remote, it might be that student might not necessarily be in the classes of the teacher who is participating in the pilot. But Maddie, what I heard you say is if we could predominantly try, I think I would just ask the board to remember that we could have parents who are changing their minds very quickly, and rightly so, and based on their own family circumstances. And we certainly, I wouldn't want to falsely guarantee get all of these kids in the pilot, but we could try.
I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for focus and intention.
Yeah. So then I think we need to modify the motion then, because the motion on the floor is that the remote learning will be fully synchronous at the high school level. So
could I might be willing to just what's it called? Rescind. If I feel, if the will of the board is that I rescind this, and if my colleagues feel that they're satisfied with what they've heard, if I got a general hands up from enough folks, I would rescind my motion.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the goal of it is to, as quickly as possible, move towards the synchronous learning. And I think that's certainly my goal eventually. My concern with, and I don't know who said it, the blanket statement part of it, requiring it, I thought might, make some head spin. But I think if they know that our goal is, we want them moving in that direction in a measurable way immediately, I'm comfortable with that.
I see that Lindsay hasn't spoken yet and her hand's been up for a while, but if after that, unless she's commenting on this, no, she's not. So why don't I go ahead and and rescind my amendment to the motion.
Valley, we rescind your second. Okay. Okay. Lindsay.
Oh, I think if it's been rescinded, I was just going to say, families that have opted for that, the 10% or so, it's my understanding from having read the plan, have opted in to VHS and BYU. So I would not feel comfortable changing what they've, I know it's a survey and they can change whatever, but they know what they've opted into. So I'm not comfortable there. Number two, yes, we've heard from many, many parents who would like synchronous learning. I understand that. I know that private schools have done that. I would suggest that the people we've heard that from are the ones that want us in green. I don't recall hearing from a parent saying they want remote, but they want it to be synchronous. And I may be wrong, so I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but I don't have a person standing out in my brain space at this hour who has requested this. So that's another reason I would not. Third, I respect the desire. And I think the natural goal is January when the funds run out for BYU, for VHS, for everything else. And we may be in red anyway. Let's let the way I feel, our administrators know what's best for their schools. They've made their plan, and it's highly likely we're all going to be in red. We let those families that have opted in to VHS and BYU stay there till January, with the goal being, after piloting some classes this fall, the goal being to be a little more synchronous come January, knowing that the winter and the spring may very well be a repeat of what we have experienced for the last 5 months. So that's my take. Thanks, guys. To everyone. This is
Valley.
All right. Obviously, there are no votes supporting this amendment, so I'm going to rescind my amendment. But likewise, as Maddie said, some assurance that these pilots are going to be the focus of where we're going remote learning would be very comforting, not just to me personally, which I'm responding to what I've read in the parents' survey. And the parents' survey wasn't choosing between green, yellow, or red. It was right after the spring. So people were responding to what they had experienced during the spring. And they really, the vast majority wanted a lot more structure, a lot more contact, a lot more synchronicity in learning. So as long as everyone is fully aware that that is what the community is asking for in a remote learning plan, and that we're moving actively in that direction, then I am happy to rescind my amendment.
I see Maddie's hand up to rescind her second. Ray, did you have something? No, okay. For some reason, your box highlighted on my screen. Okay, so now we are back to the original motion for the plan as presented. Susanna.
Yeah, I just had a question about a moment ago with the mention on the pilot programs. Is it possible, and I don't know if this needs, I'm not sure this needs a motion, but is it possible to say that kids that have opted into the remote class, if there happens to be a class that's being taught that is piloted, that they can have the option to log into that? One thing, building on what Lindsay was saying, is most of the parents who've communicated to us about preferring the remote plan seem happy with the curriculum, but some have raised the question about the equity between that curriculum and a curriculum that they would have gotten had the kids been in school. So just wondering whether there would be those options if there's a class being piloted anyway. And also, just to me, there's quite a difference between being involved in 1 or 2 classes online and having the entire day online. And so I just would like to explore that, not necessarily now, but as part of the piloting going forward? Is that adding structure? Is that giving some kind of guideline without putting kids in front of the screen 6 hours a day? So that's all.
So I guess I'll look to Becky and do you feel like have we given you the sort of the straw poll will of the board in terms of moving towards more synchronous learning? I understand the idea of doing it at a measured pace and doing it in excuse me, pilots, and and I think this was Maura's comment as well as Susanna's, like if we've got kids that are interested in synchronous learning and we are piloting in a class that they would be taking if they were there, like that seems like a great synergy where we could get them involved, right? But I do think Lindsay's right in that people who chose remote may have chosen it because it's not synchronous, right? Maybe those people are going to have to be watching younger siblings. Maybe they're going to, being online at a specific time doesn't work for them and an online class works better. I don't know, but trying to provide some flexibility and creativity when we're talking about, the pilots and the remote plan and I think that's the general sense you're getting from the board. So.
Yes, I think we have the same goal that you have. So I think we're clear.
Maddie.
So I'm going to attempt to move us on to a new topic under the original motion, and that is planning days. I don't want to take us through the same lengthy exercise we just went through if we can possibly avoid it. So I hear the feedback loud and clear from teachers that they would like additional time for planning, and I don't feel comfortable that simply dedicating PD days and staff meetings to planning is adequate. I'm also reading and hearing that those extra days, Fridays in the plan as it now stands, are days where teachers can connect with kids, reach out to the kids who are either in a remote option or they just haven't had a chance to connect with. So I would like to see that changed in our plan. And I'd like to hear from my colleagues what they think of that.
Sally.
I do appreciate the heartfelt requests of educators.
I can't hear you real well, Valley.
Let me get this volume up. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Little.
Okay. Well, I'll try my best. Let me know if you can hear. So I appreciate the requests and I understand the need for plenty of planning time in times when the curriculum may be changing or maybe compacted or maybe this or that. However, I'm looking at the impact on the instructional time, and our students are already getting 2 or 3 days, full days at home as is. So I would be willing to delay the start of school to give them a little more time to get ready. But once we start, I do not want the students to be home consistently for 3 entire days. I already have huge concerns about that. So I would not be able to support having the kids spend more time doing independent work at home than is already proposed. And in fact, I'm not comfortable with the plan that is proposed in terms of the time that the students need to be at home alone. But I appreciate the sentiment, and I do understand that the planning is essential. I trust that they can use all the time that they would have used for all these other PLDs and PDs and all that to accomplish the goal of doing changes to the curriculum.
Susanna.
I'm wondering whether, without taking a stand where Bali was coming from or going into that debate, but if we were to keep the plan as it is now, whether we'd consider having Fridays or a designated day in the first couple of weeks for a planning day, so that maybe kids are 2 days a week in school for the first 2 weeks or first month, where they'd be missing 1 or 2 days overall. and whether that would give teachers a little bit of time to figure out how the system is working, have that extra time for, one day a week where they could have any planning or any sort of thing that needs to get done, connect with students that are having issues, or just generally connecting with students. So it's just an idea of having that first 2 weeks or first month where they have an extra day. That's it.
Could I just make a suggestion of, I'm wondering if you want to debate that, whether that would be an amendment that would come under D, because when we're asking you to approve the reopening plan, to me, that if you made that amendment, that would go long-term. But what I think that Maddie's trying to get to is that you would really only want that under the yellow plan. Is that correct, Maddie?
Correct.
So that would be my suggestion, to amend that under D, if you're going to go that way, but not C.
Well, I mean, I don't think so, because it's part of the plan. And what level we open in, maybe that's around or E for, the schedule, the school calendar. I think if we want to change the methodology in yellow in terms of what days we go, that's, I mean, whatever, it's neither here nor there. We're going to talk about it eventually, but
Okay. I guess I would caution you, when you then make that kind of amendment to the plan, you're talking about, for the year, or right? And do you really want that to continue for the foreseeable future under yellow, that they'll need an additional planning day?
When I was saying it there, it was specifically just for a set period of time.
right. So you could build it in as part of the plan that
And saying that
the month of September.
For the first month, for the first month, which would have the effect of the loss of 2 days per student in person, which, if that's going to improve remote learning and improve the ability of teachers to actually do their job, seems to me to be a payoff.
I like that.
Yeah, I guess I would prefer, whether it's, Valley's idea of, pushing back the start a bit to provide some upfront planning time, or maybe it makes sense to build in those. My only concern on it is I definitely am not in favor of it for the duration of the plan. That 3.5 weeks of in-person instruction that it creates, I think is important, and I want to see it in there. But I certainly understand the heavy lift at the start. My other concern is what we've heard from parents, is the idea of the consistency. Like, so the month of September, nobody has any school on Friday. I mean, maybe it's easier to plan that way. And then just starting in October, they alternate. I do want to provide our teachers with, time so that they can feel successful and not overwhelmed. I mean, I guess I would be open to either. I'd be open to the delay of school, or I would be open to the, the month of September. I guess I look to the administrators to say, what do you think is more beneficial? What?
So
Jeremy.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let me grab Jeremy first, and then you can.
Yeah, my thoughts are along the same lines. I'd hate to see both. Yeah, if we went with the no Fridays and starting late. My experience at home with our kids kind of says, boy, they need to get back in school. So I'd probably lean towards being in favor of starting on time and then having those built-in training days for that first through September. But yeah, very curious to hear what the administrators would prefer.
So I'm just going to ask principals to chime in about their preference and what you think their staffs, what would be most beneficial.
Lisa.
I worry about families that chose the Monday, Wednesday option, knowing that that any of those Monday holidays were going to be made up on the Friday. Part of the goal around the Friday time was to make sure that every student got at least 2 days in a week. And so if we are taking off those Fridays, anytime that we have a Monday holiday, our Monday, Wednesday kids are going to get shortchanged. And parents signed up based on the plan that we presented. So I worry that shifting the plan puts parents who are already struggling with finding childcare for the time when their kids are not in school. It just places an extra burden on that Monday, Wednesday group.
And I think it would only be that first week, right? Labor Day, if we only did it for the month of September, right? But that would be that first week.
It looks like on the calendar that you're talking 2 days either way. You're talking 2 days before Labor Day, or you're talking the 2 Fridays that are 5-day weeks in September, or you are talking about shortening the week, like Lisa, to get to 3 days with that. Because I think there's only 3 Fridays in September that we're going to school.
I'll piggyback on Lisa's reflections. I would have a preference for delaying the start over eliminating instructional days in September for a couple of reasons. One is I know teachers in my building have really expressed an urgency around building classroom community in that first couple weeks of school. And I think the less face-to-face time they have with kids, the harder that becomes. And they're seeing that as a really essential foundation, whatever happens afterwards, right? And then the second piece is, I feel like there is some necessary time, given the unique circumstances of this year, to get teachers to a place where everyone feels like they really understand the expectations and responsibilities of existing in this model. And I feel like that needs to happen before kids are in the building, so we can be best equipped to serve kids. And if we're adding time to do that, I'm not comfortable eliminating instructional time in September as well.
I would sort of echo that in the sense that I also think that, I think about our pre-K who are currently planning to come 5 days a week. I think the sooner we're into the actual routine and rhythm of the school year for everybody, the better we're going to know actually what the challenges are and ways to address them. And if we're living in sort of even though it's just very supportive and well-intentioned, but if we're living in sort of a false reality for the first month, then it creates, another sort of barrier to cross at some point when we get to October. So that delayed start would allow us to focus in on that. Obviously, it changes. They both offer some support in different ways. But I think the sooner we get into the rhythm and flow of the school year, I think the quicker we are at being able to respond to those challenges and hopefully smooth them out and get into a real steady pathway from there.
I agree with everything that's just been said at the elementary level. And in addition, just thinking about the ways we usually transition children into school to meet and greet with their teachers, we're not going to be able to use those structures. So what we typically would do in an hour, I see us inviting small groups of children with their parents to come and meet their new teacher and make that personal connection before we enter into this different situation this year. And that's going to be helpful to us front loaded versus once we kind of get into a rhythm, we want to run the rhythm. So.
And I'm definitely torn on this because I definitely agree with the idea that we need that more time, like Emily said, to set up the routines and create all the things to help get the school year started effectively. So that additional time is definitely going to be well used. But there's some things that we just can't replicate until the kids are in the building. Like looking about like what technology issues are going to come up with to get us to synchronous learning and things like that. And looking at like developing different plans to get to green. We can't start planning until we kind of see how everything goes with yellow and that. So I think there's advantages to doing it either way.
And I think at the high school level, I agree with Ray. I think I lean towards that routine is just as important for the big kids as it is for the little guys. And I think that, having those days at the start of the school year when departments can connect, I think it's going to be really important to look at our year-long plans for curriculum, even for the first units, and figure out what is essential skills and knowledge. So we have that mapped out before students walk into the building. And teachers they've had more opportunities in the past to do that in the summer than they have this year. And I think those first few days would be really helpful to us.
Thank you. So are we, just so I know what we're talking about here, are we talking about?
Lisa had her hand up. Lisa
Oh, I'm sorry. Lisa.
I think another thing to keep in mind is that we set up our professional learning days with October 7th being an early release day. I'm not sure, I don't have the calendar in front of me, but like the Thursday is an early release day, then the Friday is a full day off, and then then we have Indigenous Peoples Day. So we do also have that sort of stop and take our breath after the first month built into our calendar the way that it's set right now.
Thank you for that reminder. So that would speak towards more time up front, because that might give you the opportunity to check in on how it's going and adjust if necessary. So are we talking about moving from the 2nd to the 8th, or are we talking about further out than that?
Shouldn't we discuss that at that point in the agenda?
Well, I mean, I guess it comes to your point of the prep time, right? So yes, but if we're trying to provide more time for the staff, if we're comfortable that we're going to set that when we get there, then fine. I was just curious.
Okay.
When we're talking, like, how much time are we talking? was my question. Vali.
So I'm comfortable moving to the 8th, but like Maddie said, we do have that under E, the calendar. So I'm happy to wait until we vote on the calendar.
Okay. Okay. So now we've talked about the prep time. We've talked about the synchronous learning piece. I do think we heard a good amount of discussion around the staff children attending 5 days. And is that equitable? Are they getting a better education than not? So I know Susanna had sort of weighed in on that a little bit before. If other folks want to share their thoughts on it, I think it might be helpful for the community listening. Jen?
So I appreciate what Susanna said about, offering that. I don't look at it that way. I interpreted what Becky said as to compare to what's happened, like in my job, is that, a colleague of mine has a young child that they looked at their whole daycare landscape and they were missing spots, like on Monday morning and Wednesday morning. So she requested that Monday morning and Wednesday morning, she had those mornings off because she could not find daycare. That was granted, like Becky said, through the CARES Act. They're allowed to request that. And so I think what I heard from Becky is that is to really eliminate that from happening with our teachers. If they have daycare issues and there's Tuesday, Thursday that they can't cover, they can request to have those days off because they don't have daycare for their young children. And that would create a huge issue with our kids, our students getting, the same teacher every time they go to school. So if we do not allow that to happen in our district, we're going to end up with having another much bigger, I think, issue, which is going to be, Monday you have your regular teacher, but Wednesday you might end up with a sub, because I think that and I understand this completely, as much as the teachers are very dedicated, their own families and their own family situation is going to trump that. So if they don't have daycare on certain days and they are allowed through the CARES Act to request that time off, they're probably going to do it. So I think that I look at it that way because I understand where all these people are thinking like, oh, well, I don't, I have trouble with daycare too. But I think the reason why it's being provided is, it is nice, but it is not really for that. It's to actually have a continuous regular teacher in front of them every time they come to school.
Thanks, Jen. Vali.
Yeah, I get the sense that the parents who have requested or raised questions about this issue are the ones who really would like to go to green. So I don't think they're necessarily asking us not to give this benefit to our employees, but they're asking for the benefit to be extended to everyone. So I totally understand where they're coming from, but I agree with Jen and with Becky and need to provide this benefit for the benefit of all RSU 5 students. But I also want to encourage the administration to continue to work diligently towards green so that this issue will go away as soon as everyone can have the benefit of the 5 days. And I'm really encouraged to know that there's a date that in mid-October, if things continue the way they are, we can all go back 5 days.
Beth.
I have a question about how that would work curriculum wise for the kids that are going 5 days a week. Because as it seems right now, if we're doing the yellow model, with switching from one day to the next, that if a kid is there 5 days a week, are they going to have the same lesson on Monday and the same lesson on Tuesday? I mean, is it really an advantage? Are they actually getting more instruction? Are they going to be, educational wise, I understand it's an advantage when you're looking for daycare, but I'm saying, is it an educational advantage? And unfortunately, the way that our society has set up school, that it does provide daycare. And so, that is not something that we're set up to consistently handle. And I know a lot of people understand that. And I empathize with the people that are looking, trying to figure it out, because I understand that this is really difficult. But I just wanted some clarification around whether or not that is an educational advantage to be in the classroom 5 days a week for those.
I would say it's not a big advantage. There probably is potentially some advantage. All we will be providing to the students is a place to complete their independent work. We don't know exactly, we haven't worked out in every building exactly where that would be. In some buildings, it might be a different location. In other buildings or in other classrooms, it could be just a place in the classroom that they would be doing that. But I could see where some would argue if the kid is really stuck, they might get some more guidance provided, or they're being provided with the structure that other families are not being provided for, but they're not covering more content.
Thank you.
Susanna.
Yeah, two things. One is, I certainly, when I was saying earlier, didn't mean that it's a nicety of the district to be offering that at all. I totally concur with Jen about the ability of the district to provide education. Obviously, that is paramount, but it is something that employers should be doing for their employees. But just looking at, if we're having, that was a question that I had as well with Beth about what the structure looks like. So for these kids who are in school 5 days a week, but they're only in class, say 2 days a week, are they expected to be, you're talking about where they would be if they're in the library or wherever they are for that time. Are we having people with them? Are they constrained there? Are they allowed? I mean, does this get into spacing issues or with protocol following? et cetera. I don't know if that makes any sense, but.
Well, that's why I said we don't have a specific model. We're going to, put them, each school will be a little bit unique in this way, and we will find a place for those students. And it may be just in the classroom, but it may be, as you're talking about, hey, the kid can go in the library at that period, and there will be the librarian in there, and we feel like because of who this student is, they can handle that and work independently. I think it's going to fluctuate.
But I also heard, I think it was Will earlier, say that the expectation is based on the numbers we're looking at, it wouldn't push any, we wouldn't put a kid in a classroom if it was going to push them over the numbers.
Oh, correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that right. Maddie.
I'm in favor of this, but I'd like to change the topic if we're done with that topic. Yeah, don't see any other hands. Question was asked tonight, and it's a question I had, but I hadn't put to paper, about nursing staff. If we're going to have our teachers sort of vigilantly watching for potential other symptoms and sending them to see the nurses, do we have a plan in place for sort of monitoring that and a point at which we would hire additional help to the nursing staff in the buildings?
So we did talk about the nursing staff. We are very, very fortunate in RSU 5 to have the nursing levels that we have. Most of the districts that are adding additional nursing staff, it's because they have nurses that are shared over multiple buildings. We do not have that situation. But obviously, if we're finding that, we're overwhelmed in any level, we have some money in the CARES Act that runs through December for additional staff, whether it's because of the remote learning or for some other area. We're spending part of that on ed tech so that they can help support whatever needs are in the building.
Thank you for that, Becky. Valley.
I would like to switch to a different topic, and this is about the timing of the in-person instruction and how it is spread around the week. I would like to make an amendment that for the elementary grades, pre-K through 5, we go to a half-day model, 5 days a week. And the reason why I ask this is I have heard from multiple parents that younger children especially are unable to work independently for 2 or 3 entire days a week. And also that they, despite the teacher's effort to compact the lessons and make the flow manageable for the students, they will be facing an uphill battle, keeping their children, younger children especially, motivated and structure their time independently so that they can work and the kids can still feel supported. So if we were able to do the half days, and they're doing this in other districts, it would resolve a number of issues. One, children would have contact with teachers and peers every day, which is super important to them at that age especially. 2, lunches could be distributed on the day of, so kids wouldn't have to bring a lunch from the day prior to be at home the day after when they're home. 3, the parents wouldn't have to be the teachers, which is in a sense what will happen. Young kids will need their parents there to support them through the independent learning. And 4, I think logistically we can do it. I wouldn't be asking for it if I didn't believe that our administrators and teachers can handle this, but I think we can. And we definitely would need more transportation and more cleaning in the middle of the day. But while kids are being transported, custodials get to work and clean the high-touch surfaces. And I think for the kids, the benefit would be huge.
So is that an official motion?
Yes, I have made a motion to amend the yellow hybrid plan for the elementary grades to incorporate 5 half days of instruction every week, in-person instruction.
Do we have a second? Mara, is that a second? Yep. Okay. So we have a motion and a second from Maura. I'm seeing like 2 or 3 people frozen. Is that just my computer? Okay, now everybody's moving again. Good. Okay, so I guess I'm interested in hearing people's thoughts on this. I don't see hands up yet, so I'll throw mine out there. I think this would be a logistically difficult thing to do. I certainly appreciate the goal of 5 days of in-person instruction, even if it's only half a day. I can see the benefits of that. I think transportation-wise, I think it would be very difficult because you couldn't pick up the kids. I'm not sure you could pick up and drop off the same group. So I think that would be difficult. I also think that daycare is much harder to find for a half day as opposed to full days. So for the parents that are working, the ability to either go pick up your kid and get them on the bus for the morning or for the afternoon or vice versa, I think would be extremely difficult just from having dealt with daycare issues in the past. But I mean, I understand the intent and I can appreciate it, but I think implementation, I think, would make it overly difficult. But that's just my opinion. Well,
just from a perspective, we in essence just did this process with our pre-K, where our intention had been and our plan had been to continue our model, which pre-K until this year has been children would come to school Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, full days. And then students who need a little extra support would come Fridays. When we recognized, and we had surveyed the community several times on this, and each time the feedback had been to us, at least in Durham, that for them it was preferable because of their work situations being out of town. It was hard to be back in town either in the middle of the day or to leave for work in the middle of the day. And it worked for them preferably with full days staggered in the week. We made the change this year for pre-K with the concern that if we were in a hybrid model, what is essentially a half-day program would then become a quarter-day program. Half-week program would become a quarter-week program. And so we have adjusted this time to do mornings and afternoons. But even within that, there's a number of families who have said to us this might be prohibitive to them to participate in pre-K because of the reality of them working far from home and not being able to pick up children in the middle of the day. So that's just some feedback from what we've been going through previously, but then also just this summer as we made this adjustment for pre-K in Durham.
thanks, Will. Any other board comment, or are folks ready to vote on the amendment? Okay, so I'll take that as folks are ready to vote. So the amendment to the main motion is to adjust the yellow plan pre-K to 5 to be a half-day, 5-day, half-day program. And just looking for a nod from Valley that I've laid it out correctly. Okay, perfect. All right, Candy.
Michelle, can you just remind me, if this passes, it passes, obviously. If it doesn't pass, then do we go back to the?
We're back to the original motion.
Okay, thank you. Yep. I always need clarification on that.
I know we do these, we only end up, thankfully, amending motions pretty frequently, once or twice a year. So, Candy.
No.
Dwight.
No.
Lindsay.
No.
Jen.
No.
Susanna.
No.
Beth.
No.
Mara?
No.
I vote no. Vali?
I'm the only yes, I think.
There's two more. You never know. Maddie?
No.
Liam? Have we lost Liam? I'm not sure I see him on there anymore. Okay, so no Liam. Jeremy?
No.
Aren't you proud of me, Jeremy? I didn't forget you. I think this is the first time it's been your turn to vote last, and I didn't forget you.
Congrats.
Okay, so that amendment does not pass. So we are back to the original motion, which is the proposed plan from the administration. Any other? Oh, Mara.
I would like to propose an amendment related to ventilation. Sorry, I don't know why my voice is like this tonight. Related to ventilation, currently in the plan, we don't have, I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have anything related to addressing ventilation issues, which is one of the CDC's 6 requirements for school reopening. So I would move that we add a plan and to address ventilation issues to I suppose that would be both the green and the yellow plans.
Second. Okay. So I guess my question is, do we need it to be more specific on like what you're asking it to say, or Maura?
Oh, you're asking me. I think whatever the CDC guidance, I think the CDC guidance is pretty vague, but it just says adequate ventilation, which can vary by school. So we could say whatever it is, maybe what Becky told us earlier, the results of the audit or any other steps we might take. Okay. You know, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
So mirror the requirements from the CDC in the plan?
Yeah. And I mean, I guess it can evolve like, my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, we're voting on this tonight, this plan tonight, but it's going to evolve as the CDC requirements evolve and things might change. So I suppose we could decide we want to add, somebody mentioned CO2 monitors, or we want to add HEPA, portable HEPA filters, or I think things could come on or things could come off, but to have whatever it is we're doing around ventilation documented in the plan.
Okay, so Becky, is that something that you think changes materially the plan, or is that easy enough to just add to the language?
I think we have a facilities section in the plan. I need to probably find it. And I'm fine if we're saying something like we will ensure adequate ventilation. I don't know that, you know, I would want the plan to say CO2 monitors. But if it was something that just mirrored the CDC guidelines, I think we've tried to do that throughout the plan.
Yeah, so, you know, ensure adequate ventilation per CDC guidelines. So then it would move with that. So if the CDC guideline said you need to have CO2 monitors in every room, then we would be following that expectation. Is that what you're thinking, Maura?
Yeah, and I can read, sorry, I have so many documents here. I can read it if that's helpful, whatever it is that it says. It says, adequate ventilation is required for classrooms with schools having flexibility in implementation such as, and then it lists some stuff.
Okay. Just adding the CDC language piece. Beth.
I have a couple of questions around this as far as, you know, obviously we have certain schools like Moore Street that, you know, have some concerns and things that haven't been maybe fully diagnosed yet. And I know we're waiting on the results from the whole air quality tests that are going on. And so basically, I think, you know, before approving anything, I would say kind of add that caveat, like pending, you know, all, if something comes back, it's dealt with. And I know that Becky, you know, covered that and said that we would make sure things are dealt with. But I guess my kind of question would be if one school, say, just for example, Moore Street comes back with like this whole, host of things, and for whatever reason, it can't be accomplished by the start date. And if it's just that one school, but every other school is fine and good to go, what are we doing, like if that were the scenario around that air ventilation stuff?
So I guess I want to be clear, and I'll have Dennis correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we are done with having them examine both Morris Street and Freeport. And what we're waiting for is just to
Freeport
finish.
Middle.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You just said Freeport.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Freeport Middle School. And what we're waiting for is just the repairs to be done. They're in the midst of the repairs. And then what I'm recommending is that because the filtration system, the ventilation system becomes more of an issue in winter months, that we'll have more in-depth testing done by then. And if we need to make further repairs, we will do that. But I'm not currently waiting for any air quality tests to come back. We have had air quality tests done a few years ago at Pownell when we had the mold issue. As far as I know, we do not have any of those tests being done right now. Is that correct, Dennis?
Right, but we are changing. We have made a commitment to change to up the filtration rates to MERV 13. So as soon as those filters come in, we'll be changing those over as well. And that provides a better environment inside the school as well.
But to answer your question, Beth, if we did find something, so we haven't done any of the audit at Pownell Elementary or the high school or Mass Landing, and if we found something that was like, oh my gosh, we can't have this done by September, whatever the beginning date is, I think we would consider opening the other schools. I mean, we have relocated Pownell Elementary School before when we've had particular issues. We would be maybe looking to see, I doubt that the filtration system, the ventilation, I keep calling it the filtration, the ventilation system, I doubt would ever fail throughout the building. So it could be that we might discover, oh my gosh, we really can't use room X, and then we'd try to relocate that.
Right, we've been involved in a preventative maintenance program with mechanical services for over 23 years. So every time that they come in to service our equipment, they're looking for things that are wrong. I feel pretty confident that we're not going to have any glaring big issues. Our issues are more along the lines of some of our ages of equipment, but we just need to get them up and running the way they're designed to run. And then we'll move forward from there.
Thanks, Dennis. Susanna.
I'm just wondering on the filtration, are the level, how we're monitoring, and this may be also what Mara's getting into, and what was mentioned earlier about the CO2 monitors, using those as a way to monitor the filtration. And is there a difference between filtration levels that we want, realizing that the CDC is a little bit vague, and maybe day to day, what does adequate today mean versus adequate last year? Are there guidelines that we have that we can access as to what filtration level
Well, we know that MERV 13 is better than the MERV 8s that we're using. We also know that MERV 13 does not stop the virus, but it will improve air quality because it stops more smaller microns from getting through. So, it's just a little something that, it's something extra that we're doing just to make sure. Now, we do run CO2 sensors at the high school. That was part of a renovation that we did about 10 years ago. and we've been using those ongoing, and they're helpful. If we decide that once we get our equipment that we know and we're 100% sure that it's up and running the way it's designed to run, and if it doesn't meet the criteria, we fix it, we make it meet the criteria, and perhaps we make a suggestion to go and add CO2 sensors to the building, but we don't know that yet. We're working on that right now. It's a Herculean problem. There are so many pieces of equipment that we have to deal with that we have to go through them one at a time and just go and get them done, make sure that they're running optimally.
I was certainly very impressed to hear that the amount of work that had been done in the filtration, looking through all the buildings in the past week. I certainly wasn't expecting all of that, so that's
right. We had done some work ongoing. Like we have MERV 13 in the high school. We've had it for like 8 or 10 years. So we're ahead of things. It's just, we just have such broad ages of equipment. We got 1970 equipment all the way to 2017. So we're focusing on the older buildings now, and then, we're working our way through. And I think once we get through all the buildings by the 27th, we'll have a better idea of where we're at. But we are fixing things as we go. So it's important to note that. He's doing a pretty good job with it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Maura.
So I guess I sort of changed my mind. Because adequate is pretty general, I'm wondering if we can put some of those things like Dennis mentioned in a bullet point that says we're using the upgraded filter, we will ensure adequate ventilation, we're using upgraded filters, we're running this equipment for 9 additional hours a night. I think it just gives folks a clearer picture, that especially because that ventilation issue is in the CDC guidelines. It would give folks a picture of, hey, we're doing this work and this is what we're doing.
We could do that.
Yep.
Just as we have in other areas of that plan.
Okay. So just my question is do we want to do a vote on this, or is this similar to the synchronization, that just the expectation of the plan will include those we're not really changing the plan, we're just memorializing what we're already doing more clearly in the plan? Valley.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the work that has been done so far, and I'm really encouraged that we have a third-party professional who really knows what they're doing the work for us. Yeah, I would like to make sure that the recommendations that they're giving us are for COVID towns. So I was a little concerned to hear that MERV 13 is an improvement in the filtration and ventilation system, but it doesn't really stop COVID from being spread in the recirculated air. Did I hear you correctly, Dennis? Is that what they're saying?
Right.
So I want to make sure that what they recommend to us is what makes the buildings safe before we bring students and staff back into the classroom.
I think the rate of exchange of air is what makes you safe. I think the more air you bring into the building, the more ventilation you have, that makes you safer. The MERV 13 will not stop the virus. If you know how the ventilation systems work, you kind of know that anyway, because there's a return air, and that's why it's important to open windows when the building does not have AC, so you can bring in as much air as you can. That's the goal, really. MERV 17 will stop a virus, but our equipment, there's no way our equipment will handle that kind of filter. It would burn up the equipment in an alarming rate. That's typically used in a hospital setting, like an operating room. So we're not equipped to go to that level. No schools are, that I know of.
So that's not the recommendation from the CDC to put in MERV 17s.
MERV 13 is somebody's idea of making the air quality in the school better, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's a good idea, and it won't hurt our equipment typically.
What does the CDC recommend? I mean, this is their idea, meaning mechanical services. Do we know exactly what the CDC recommends?
Well, they don't go into the thing. They expect you to update your equipment and replace your filters on an annual or semi-annual basis, but it's pretty limited. We're the ones that decided to go to this level through sustainability.
Susanna?
I'm just wondering on building to Mara's point a moment ago, can we add something about specific ventilation rates that just because adequate is just vague, and with adequate, can we quantify that? And I'm not saying what you're doing is insufficient. I'm just asking if that is quantifiable.
Right, and it is. We're gonna work towards the ASHRAE standard. ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, and they developed a standard back in the 80s, or actually probably a little bit before that. And they base their rate of exchanges on 3 different criteria. It's the size of the room, the number of people in the room, and I know it, but the size of the room, the number of people in the room, and oh my God, I'm blanking here. It's too late for me, I guess. The number of people in the room. So that's the 3 criteria that they used for that. And that's the goal for us, is to get to the ASHRAE standard or better.
Can we specify that in the document?
I think that would be a good goal, a good.
But the question becomes, is it something that, is it a goal that we'll have reached before school starts? Will you even know that yet? We won't, right?
No.
I don't think so. It's too much equipment to do that with. I mean, we're working towards that, but it could mean that we'll have to replace some equipment in the upcoming years or a year. So
if we put that in the plan, that would prohibit starting school for months.
And not because we're not meeting it, it's just that we wouldn't have the data in hand before we opened.
That's exactly right.
Do we have some data?
No, I understand what you're saying, Susanna, but we don't have, I mean, that's going to delay the start of school if the board chooses to go that way, because they have said they're out straight and they're coming in on Saturday to ensure that our systems are performing as they were intended to perform.
I wasn't.
So I'm just responding to what Dennis said, to find out what the ASHRAE standard is, requires them coming in and testing every room in each of our schools. And when we talked about that today, we want that done definitely before the winter at Moore Street, but they didn't, in our discussions today, they didn't feel like that was needed, like in a building like Durham.
Right.
But in a building like Moore Street that's older, that might be something for us to, well, we kind of want to do it and see where we are, but that is not a standard that the state is expecting us to meet. And I just want to be clear with the board, if we put that into the document, that I'm not sure when we'll start in RSU 5.
I think my point was whether that would go in the document as something that we're working toward meeting those standards, not that we're adhering to those standards now. That was a bit, just to clarify what adequate means and to quantify that in some capacity, this is where we're trying to go. I think that was my question, not can we adhere to those standards right now? The second part of that is is clarification as to whether we had any data where the air quality is now. So you.
The data of where the air quality is now at Morris Street is that that the systems, once those repairs are made, are performing at the level that they were intended to perform. But there isn't like, I hear what you're asking, and I ask a lot of those. I got clarity on that today. There's not like this magical number. And even when you do this ASHRAE standard, the number in each room is going to be different.
Right. Because of the criteria, that 3 criteria. Not all rooms are the same.
Beth.
I am just going back. I'm fine with not adding. I mean, I like Susanna's idea of adding something, saying we're working towards it. I'm going back to the windowless rooms at the high school, and I understand that there's, you know, the option you're saying to open up all the windows, let the air in, and there are several rooms where that's not possible. And I'm just wondering, and I don't need something like, you know, in the plan specifically, but I'm wondering if, you know, someone can just assure me that, you know, maybe in those specific rooms we could add a little HEPA filter or something, you know, as some sort of standalone unit that would just kind of help a little bit more. I guess that's all.
I can chime in with that. Beth, I should have addressed that when you asked that last week. We're working to not use those rooms.
Oh,
there's only
excellent.
A couple of them.
Good.
One of them, or excuse me, 2 of the rooms are connected, and there's actually quite a bit of airflow through those 2 rooms. There are 2 rooms that really we're hoping not to use at all.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Vali.
Similarly, there's some staff who have written from other schools saying that they do perform their work requirements in small rooms without windows. If we could extend that to the other schools too, that would be great. And usually it's people who do guidance or who do OT or who do speech therapy. So they're not the teachers, but they're all the staff who support the teachers who would end up working in this little corner rooms that don't have proper ventilation. So you could think outside of the box to try to provide them with spaces that are safe. We owe it to them. We totally have to do that.
I could just share that at the high school, we've already been talking with them about that and looking at potentially outdoor spaces or using creative spaces for that. The problem is confidentiality with some of those conversations. And so that's going to be tricky, but we're looking into how we can provide confidential spaces that have some airflow. That's not going to be as easy as moving a classroom, though.
Okay, so I don't see any other questions or waving at me. So the amendment we have on the floor is to add some language to the plan around ventilation per the CDC guidelines and some bullet points around the specific items that we have already undertaken in terms of usage of the fans, the upgrading of the filters, those sort of items. So that's the amendment on the floor, and so we will do a roll call vote. Dwight.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Jen.
Yes.
Susanna.
Yes.
Beth.
Yes.
Mara.
Yes.
I vote yes. Vali. Is that a yes? Okay, thank you. I was looking down. Maddie.
Yes.
Did we confirm that Liam is gone? Okay. Jeremy.
Yes.
And Candy.
Yes.
Okay, so that amendment passes. So the original motion to approve the plan for the reopening of schools is amended. So the motion on the floor is now that amended motion. Maddie.
I don't know if this can be answered in this setting or not, but I had sent a question about in the instance that we had a staff member that did contract COVID, are we able, can we go outside the contract and can we not have them use their sick time and that's agreed upon in the contract if that should happen? Can we extend some extra benefit in that instance?
I'm looking at you, Becky.
I know, I'm thinking, and I don't know that Rick's with us. I can't imagine that they would. I would need to meet and consult with the association, but I can't imagine they wouldn't agree to that. I mean, it's weird. It's weird to, like in a plan like this, to write that in just because I haven't had a time to meet and consult. I will tell you that Nancy and I have started a document where we're looking at that. I know that in the spring that they were more than willing to extend using the sick bank for any staff that needed to use that.
Lisa, I saw you waving at me.
I did have a conversation about that with Peggy Brown, and I do believe it is part of the COVID Relief Act that they do not have to access their sick time. But that was what Peggy told me.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly look into, what the law allows, and then if it's not as much as we want to include for them. I mean, I think that is something that I've heard a lot of employers have done in terms of, adding 10 days to everybody's sick leave for the year to accommodate if they were sick or someone in their household that they had to care for. So.
Yeah, I don't know if it belongs in the plan or not, but that's why I was not sure about how to ask it, but I guess it is something that I do want to sort of publicly acknowledge. We've heard, and I'd like some signal from the board of our willingness to be flexible in that instance that we hopefully never come across.
Right. Valley.
In agreement, but not for everyone, just for people who either have family members or themselves contract COVID. But yes, full in agreement.
Okay. Other questions or concerns around the plan? Are we ready to vote? Beth.
I'm not sure if it's part of the plan or not, but I just need to ask it because I'm curious. So if we have one COVID case, say in the district, say a teacher or a student in the cohort, say it's a teacher, and then how is it gonna be they're going to have, is every student that has come in contact with that teacher going to have to quarantine at home? And what do we do with the students that do end up having to quarantine at home? Do we switch them to a red plan, or how, because this is, if say it's just one case, so the whole school doesn't have to shut down, so it's just kind of how would that be managed? If this is not the right time to ask it, it's okay. I know it's late.
I think I'm going to ask Bonnie to kind of chime in on this because she's been following this pretty closely. I know that the CDC will tell us, they will do the contact tracing kind of part of it. But Bonnie, go ahead. Oh, you need to unmute. You're unmuted, but I'm not sure I can hear you. Can you turn your volume up? No, we're not hearing you. Nope. Are you going to try again?
This happened where I work. We've had positive COVID cases, and to echo what you said, Becky, the CDC was the one who led the decision making on how that all happened.
And I would, I'll add, Beth, to one of your questions. I think that part of it depends on, just as always, when kids get sick, how they're feeling about whether, whether they feel well enough to do any of their work. So I think we'd be working with them so that they don't get too far behind. But part of it's just, yeah.
I'm sorry. I guess I mean the kids, so they're not showing symptoms, but I'm saying like they've had direct contact with this teacher that that got diagnosed with COVID. So now the kids that have had that direct contact with that person that's infected are now need to quarantine at home. And so how
the CDC handles that.
Well, right, but they handle their education too. I'm just like, how are we handling it from the education perspective?
Oh, they handle it who quarantines and who's been affected and all that stuff. But educationally, yeah, obviously that's our.
I think we wouldn't switch them to the remote model. We would be working with them. The classroom teacher would be working with them so that they stay caught up with assignments, because they're not even going to be sick. That's your question, right, Beth?
Yes, thank you.
And so I think that what they can do is test too. So they don't have to sit at home for 10 days if they're willing to take the test.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps.
Jen, did you have something else to share, or was that your hand up from before?
No, I was just sharing, where I work, we had a couple positive cases, and it was not, we did not lead the way that it was handled. The CDC did. And once we had 3 cases, then everyone got tested. I mean, there's very specific things that they do. And it's kind of out of your hands. So that was all I wanted to share with that.
Thank you. Maddie.
Beth's question about what do we do about a kid's education is one of the reasons why it was so important for me to make my earlier amendment and for us to make giant strides towards synchronous learning, so that if we find ourselves in that situation, we could potentially have kids who are taking online classes and kids in a classroom and kids who aren't sick at home. And that'll really be a tall order for our teachers. That's why I want to move us forward.
Agreed. Susanna. Oh, you're muted.
Try it again. An equity question again on, because I had the same question Beth had with kids who are at home and how wide that quarantine range goes. But kids who are either at home or getting tested, there's been some issues with insurance and getting tested, and just wondering, asking a kid to get tested can be financially, just wondering, that would be up to the kid to pay for that, I presume, or the kid's family. And just wondering with, losing 2 weeks of school or paying for that, that's an equity issue.
So I agree with you, Susanna. I think if it was something like that, we would definitely find the funds to cover it. But I think there are also places that do free testing, but I think that ranges on how well we're doing in the state, and but if it's a hardship, we would definitely pay for it.
Maura.
So I'm not sure that this is material to the plan, but I just wanted to ask for more information about our plans to update it based on the DOE's framework for returning to classroom instruction, because I noticed, I logged in to look at it today, and I noticed they just updated it today, and they've been doing these rolling updates. So I was wondering if we have like a designated staff person to stay on top of all the guidance, because it will just like make your head explode. There's so much of it.
So I agree with the head explosion, and we don't have one designated person. And I do hope that the board understands when they're adopting the framework that, you know, we tried where possible to always put in through the framework or CDC guidance, but we will be updating it as, you know, we're provided further updates.
Can I just ask on that front, as those updates happen, I mean, and some of them will be kind of de minimis changes, but I would just ask that if there are material changes that the DOE or the CDC is making to the framework that then become incorporated with our plan by reference, that we have, a communication plan to parents, right? So if everybody's working under the assumption of this and everybody's moving down the path and then this changes to that we're not dropping that on people, and maybe some things have to happen immediately, but just trying to making sure we keep communicating any changes and, and set that expectation with our parents beforehand, like this isn't the plan that's now, set in granite that will never change forever. I think that'll be important.
I think that's hugely important. I think Candy had emailed me that same concern, and I share that concern. I mean, I think the most recent one that I could think of around that was something about who needs to wear goggles. And we put something out there, and within 48 hours that had changed. So we do have to find a way to do some type of communication around that or highlight it. So we will definitely work on that.
Thank you. Maddie.
I'd just like to underscore that. And it may be a matter of rewriting somebody's job description for the foreseeable future, but for somebody to stay on top of what's happening from the DOE and the CDC, and maybe it's an additional person, it probably is, to have a communication plan in place. I think is it Brunswick, where Michelle and I have a mutual friend who's always posting on Facebook what their plans are. It's pretty impressive, their communication plan, and it's easy to read. It's user friendly. Their FAQ is great. It's not all in Google documents. I'd like to see us attempt that level of sophistication.
And for folks that are looking for that, it's 75. It's SAD 75. Okay. Other questions, comments? Oh, Susanna.
I have one comment, I guess, and just from repeated messages that we've gotten from teachers who are saying that they've got concerns about going into schools, and that one that came through yesterday about feeling left out of the whole decision-making process and not really, I think, went on to say she wasn't really feeling respected by the district. And I guess I'm just really bothered by the number of teachers that are really bothered by in-person learning. And I guess that's just something that's making me uncomfortable. And it's heartening to hear a lot of the concerns that they've identified, things that we're addressing, but to still be getting those today, at least off this call, gotten a few, just rubbed me really the wrong way. So I just want to put that out there that I am bothered by this disconnect when we're asking people to run this entire system, not run the entire system, but to be in there and be teaching, and they're not feeling comfortable doing that. So I'm just going to say that.
You always put your hand up and then down and then up again. Jen.
because I question if I want to say something or not. To go on what Susanna said, like I completely respect that people are nervous and that people are, you know, there's a lot of fear out there. But many people have continued to work and continue to work in situations that are not ideal. I work at a jail. I have never left work. I have been there since. I've just never left. It was never an option. And I felt the same way. I felt scared and nervous, and it's not the job I signed up for either, but it is the job that I have, and the expectation from my employer was that I showed up to work. And I do have a choice to not show up to work if I don't want to, but it is my choice. And for someone earlier, there was a parent earlier saying, you know, people in retail can't understand, and people, and I mean, I'm in a housing unit with 60 plus people all day long. We don't have an option to take a break and go outside. So I understand that people are really concerned, but we also we're fixing this issue. You know, we're plowing in a snowstorm. You know, we never left the job. We're just figuring it out as we go along. So I understand that, but I also think that there also has to be a point at which we just need to move forward from that. Probably not a popular, but it's something that I've thought of a lot in getting all of the emails, and I appreciate it and I understand it, but teachers are not the only people that are dealing with this.
Thanks, Jen. Maura.
I've been really concerned about this too. Some of the emails that we got from teachers were absolutely heartbreaking to read, and it's scary to know that we are dealing with this unprecedented situation. And I feel like this almost falls more under the what level do we reopen at discussion, but or the delaying school discussion. But I am in favor of delaying school so that teachers can get in and feel like they have time and get used to being back without the kids being there. Because I counted on the CEA survey how many of the teachers said they were 4 out of 4 nervous going back to school on a scale of 1 to 4. There were 164 responses, and 81 of them said 4 out of 4. So I know we've heard from, you know, a number of teachers, but that's a lot of teachers who, I know Becky said that 10 have indicated they're not coming back, but I just think the community, for whoever is still on, should also know, like, there are a lot of teachers there who are really nervous, 4 out of 4 nervous, and that worries me. And I hope that delaying the start of school will help them build their comfort and getting used to being back in the facilities before the kids come back, and how they're going to run all those routines, because we heard a lot of concerns about doing routines at school.
And I will add that principals have all met with their staffs at least once, and many of them are having weekly or every other week staff meetings to hear those concerns and to brainstorm, you know, how can we make you feel more comfortable. And I agree with what Mara said. You know, there are 10 who are saying, you know, I'm not coming back unless I can work remotely. There are many more teachers than that are nervous about coming back. And I think, you know, I just think we have to acknowledge that. I think we all understand that. I think we're all nervous about the virus. And I think that it's particularly scary when you have been out and those first few days back. Our maintenance people, our nutrition people, they felt that same way back in March. And I just think, you know, it's scary for everyone. And there aren't any easy answers. So I'm concerned, as the rest of you are concerned, that we still have staff feeling that way. Our principals are concerned about it, and we're trying to brainstorm solutions to all their concerns to the best of our ability.
Maddie.
I just want to thank you for saying that, Dr. Foley, and I really want to thank our principals for providing the space that they have been providing for teachers to come together and air their concerns. It's been really distressing to read, and teachers are, they don't want to be heroes, but they bear the burden, the outsized burden of a really broken society. And it really has troubled me to see how many members of our community, I think, are outright disrespectful of that. And so I just want to say, I appreciate that our administration and I feel our board has been very supportive of teachers. And it's one of the reasons why in our next conversation, which we'll hopefully get to soon, I'm in favor of delaying until we start so that we can get teachers in and make them as comfortable as possible before we have kids in buildings.
Okay, thank you. One question I think we heard earlier, and I think it was there was some confusion in how she was asking it around the number of kids taking the remote option being 100 based on basically a 50% sample. I think the question was, if we assume that 10% carries and then we're, at 2,000 students, we're looking at 200 remote kids. My question was, does the 4 teachers that you indicated we would likely need for remote learning, does that assume the 100 that have already said they want to go remote? Or is that based on extrapolating out to, we expect it's going to be 200 if that 10% holds?
We would need more teachers if it extrapolates out to 200.
Okay, which might get closer to the staff that's looking to work remotely. Okay, that was just one of my questions. Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Do we have a board that's ready to vote on the plan? Okay. So we are, as a quick reminder, we are voting on the plan as amended. The only amendment that has passed was the ventilation language that was added. All right. We will start with Lindsay.
Yes.
Jen.
Yes.
Susanna.
Yes.
Beth.
Yes.
Mara.
Yes.
I vote yes. Folly.
Yes.
Maddie.
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yes.
Candy.
Yes.
And Dwight.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that passes. And I know it's been said before, but I just want to extend a thank you to all the administrators, all the volunteers that were on that reopening committee to develop that plan, which is, I think someone used it earlier, Herculean effort. So step one. Okay, so D, we have to have a motion to consider another item on the agenda because it's after 10 o'clock. Thank you, Maddie. Second, Beth. Oh, I love that we have to vote again. All right, hopefully people's fingers are still near their unmute button. Jen.
Yes.
Susanna. We're voting to continue working. Are you just debating?
Oh, to continue working.
Yes.
I've got such a cracking headache. I don't want to, but I am here. So yeah.
Okay. Beth.
Yes.
Mara.
Yes.
I vote yes. Volley.
Yes.
Sounded like a reluctant yes. Maddie.
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Candy. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yes.
Dwight.
Yes.
And Lindsay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm surprised I remembered that without Ginny having to throw something at me. She was prepared to. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is D, which is consideration and approval to reopen schools in the yellow level of the reopening plan. So this is strictly around, so we've approved the plan and this is red, yellow, green. So the recommendation is yellow. So do I have a motion for consideration and approval to reopen schools in the yellow level of the reopening plan? Maddie, thank you. Jen, second. Questions? Susanna.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it's possible to switch D and E and do the calendar first, because I think that would.
You think that might impact people's vote on the level?
What's the rationale behind that?
The rationale would be whether we're giving people a delayed start to have more time for lesson planning and preparation for in school. I mean, all the discussions we've had, some of the discussions we've had so far in the beginning have all been about, if we do yellow, we're going to have a couple days between the time that we were starting school and when we'd actually start classes. And we've been basing discussions on having a period of time, whether it's 2 days or whether it's a week or 2 weeks. And I think that that is influential as to whether we're ready to open. I guess there's just a difference between, are we opening in yellow on the 31st of August, or are we opening on yellow on the 14th of September? And going back to what Dennis is talking about having the air things sorted and having that done by that, I mean, is having an extra 2 weeks. I don't know, it just seems relevant. So
yeah, I mean, it might impact someone's vote if if you knew the date of the reopening.
Yeah,
if you felt comfortable in yellow versus red versus green.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a concern about changing it out of order? I'm going to look to Maura for our Robert's rules. Can we just take things out of order?
We might technically need a motion, but I'll allow it. No, I'm just kidding. Technically, I think we're supposed to have a motion, but given the late hour, if maybe we could just nod our heads. I don't know.
Straw poll of.
I'll make
okay. Yeah, we'll do it. I think we're good to swap the order.
Do I need to rescind my motion?
I don't think we had a sec. Did we have a second yet?
We did.
Oh, we did. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for.
Oh, I rescind my motion.
I don't even remember who the second was. Jen, maybe?
Jen.
Okay. Jen, would you rescind your second? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. People are still up at her house. Okay, so we'll hop to E, which is consideration to revise the 2020-2021 school calendar. So I'll look to Becky for what her request is.
You need a motion, Michelle?
Right. I think I had asked you to consider either September the 2nd or possibly September the 8th. And based upon what the administrators said, where they would prefer to have the additional days up front, I guess I would go with the consideration of the September the 8th.
Okay. And Cynthia, the motion was from Valley and the second was from Beth, I think, right?
Yes, and my motion is to amend to begin the school year on the 8th.
That's what she's recommending. That's her request, is the 8th. Any other questions, comments on that?
Is there any possibility of having the teachers come back early for the training? Would it be logistically possible to do that?
I think what you're saying is that then we would start the learning earlier for kids, Jeremy? Is
Correct.
that what?
Yep.
And I think if we did that, then we would have to end the year earlier, right? Because they're contracted to work a certain number of days. So right now they're contracted to work 181.5. So we would have to work that out and then end school earlier than what the school calendar is showing.
And the question is it even logistically possible? Is there time to do that too? Just, sort of get the sense that at minimum, the parents are itching to get back, and some of the teachers seem to be itching to get back too.
Right, and I think the only thing we would run into are like, that would be 4 days. I'm scrounging to find my calendar to even know what that means, because we get into new teacher orientation and then people who've got their vacation scheduled. That's the logistical nightmare that we get into. But I'm still looking.
And at this point, could we even require that of staff? I mean, would it have to be voluntary?
I would have to check the contract, and I think would have to be super flexible for the ones who couldn't do it. Right.
I guess my preference would be, it's funny, we tried so hard to get back before Labor Day, and just the world conspired against us again, and here we are after Labor Day. And kidding aside, I think providing that week leading up to Labor Day and getting the kids back in after, I hope would provide some level of comfort to the staff and the teachers to get them back in and learn the new protocols and practice and confer and do the work that they obviously need to do. So I would be in favor of the 8th. Lindsay, did you?
Oh, no, I agree with you. I think the 8th is a great compromise. It's what we're used to. It aligns us to the other schools. It seems really respectful of the teachers. The ones that, have asked, I think one of the most recent letters, and she spoke tonight, was asking for more time. And so it seems like a compromise. Yeah, I am in favor of that.
All right, Maura.
I'm in favor also, but I'm also wondering about the start date of the 14th or later than the 8th to allow for additional time. I guess I'm wondering, I know staff will have to be adjusting to new protocols and getting used to being in the facilities, but then also are we expecting them to be like planning lessons and all of that, or planning how they're going to teach differently and thinking about preparing materials for kids for days when they're not there, because we did decide not to go with the Fridays, taking away the Fridays because we wanted to give them additional time up front. So I'm kind of wondering, once we get into the 5-day model and they're teaching 5 days a week, when are they preparing all those materials or whatever the kids are supposed to be doing independently? So I just want to make sure we're leaving enough time, if that's the intent, I'm wondering is it also the intent that they're going to have planning for instruction, shifting their instructional practices, or is it just time to adjust to the new protocols and procedures at school?
I think I'll ask the principals to respond about that. My gut is there will be time to do both, but I'll have them weigh in.
Well, I appreciate the thought, Maura, but I think that going to the 8th gives us 6 days, which is sort of unprecedented in terms of the actual planning time that we would provide teachers with. And so, I think when we had talked about this earlier this evening, our goal was to try and achieve that with some forward thinking. And, we know that our curriculum work is already taking place in terms of compacting that. And then, we would be working towards that time that Lisa mentioned earlier in early October with 1.5 days of PD time that is created there. that would allow us to then respond to perhaps what we've seen. I'm not sure the additional days help us in terms of being responsive, and relative to the 6 days would really give us a chance to prepare from my perspective.
And everybody's going to let Will be the voice of reason. Any other principals want to weigh in with? Oh, what's going on? Any other principals? No, nothing. Perfect. What?
Any other principals want to speak? It was what she's saying.
I think I would, reiterate what Will said, that I think, and Becky said, is, the beginning of that time really will be used for setting up procedures and routines. And then we'll have, a chance to start to talk about and start planning on some of the other things that we talked about, on getting synchronous and planning toward green. But the majority of that time will be used for procedures and routines that we really need to help, have a safe and good start to the school year, and focus on yellow first. And then once we feel a little more comfortable with that, then start looking at the other things.
Maddie.
Yeah, I struggle with this one. I mean, I feel a little bit better having heard from Ray and Will. And I feel a little bit better because it seems like Maine state data is starting to trend down a little bit. And I've been really concerned about COVID cases rising in the state. And I'd rather be cautious than go full steam ahead. But this last week, it seems to be going down. But I also had heard some teachers sort of have some really creative ideas about things they could do, not just additional prep and planning time, but, some creative, communication techniques for, sending out videos to their classrooms, or, like, this is how you're going to walk in Moore Street School now, kindergartners, like that we stay to the left and it looks like this. And I don't know, I like the idea of having a little extra time to just make sure that that things are really clear. I'm definitely in favor of the 8th, but if I have colleagues who are leaning toward the 14th, then I would vote for the 14th.
Dwight.
Just a question of clarification. So what would be the first day that teachers started work, and what would be the first day that students came back?
So the students would come back on the 8th, but I think the teachers would still come back on, I'm looking to Jenny to find the calendar, on
I believe
the
it's the 26th.
26th.
So the PD days would be Wednesday and Thursday, the 26th and 27th. And then the following week, we'd have another 4 days.
It really is 6 full days of preparation before the kids return.
So yes, it really, Michelle said, so it really is 6 full days before the kids return that the schools would have to prep and get ready.
Thank you.
Computer thinks it's too late to still be doing this. Just turn me off. Beth.
So those 6 days, would that not only be the cleaning and prep and things like that, but it would have teacher planning prep time and all that, like it's all included in that 6 days? Okay, thank you.
I might just add that several schools also had an additional day carried over. So at DCS, we had a day of staff a week ago. A number of people were in their rooms already have spaced out where desks and chairs should go, left plans for custodians to make adjustments before they return. And I know some of the other schools have people coming in on a regular basis or with another day ahead of time. So we're not starting from scratch in that regard. And, I would just add that, as I mentioned, the strategists have already been working hard at looking at really supporting teachers with what those adjustments to curriculum would be to start the year to really provide that support and guidance also.
Another thing to remember is you were very gracious about the time that you gave staff at the end of the year last year. So one of the big jobs that tends to happen during this time in a typical years are the review of all the policies and procedures through Target Solutions, and that's something teachers have already accomplished. So it's one thing that's already off their plate that they would typically be doing at this time.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is to adjust the school calendar to have the first student day be September 8th. Any other questions or comments on that? All right, I think we're up to Susanna voting first.
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Maura?
Yes.
I vote yes. Vali?
Yes.
Maddie?
Yes.
Jeremy?
Yes.
Candy?
Yes.
Dwight?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
And Jen?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So now we are back to D on the original agenda, which is the consideration and approval to reopen schools in the yellow level in the reopening of school plan. Thank you, Maddie. Second from Jen. Thank you. You guys remember. Okay. So this is the level that we're looking at. So red, yellow, green, recommendation is yellow. And whatever plan we start with is happening on September 8th. Vali.
I would like to thank everyone for working towards this point. Now that we can vote and let everyone what we're doing. I do have to say that I was leaning for the elementary towards green, but knowing that in October, if things continue the way they are, we can move to green, then I do appreciate the cautious and careful approach. I wouldn't want that to be the case for the remainder of the year, just stuck in one place, but knowing that we're working towards green, then I'm comfortable supporting the plan as presented.
Jen.
I agree with what Vali said. I'm comfortable starting in yellow, but the plan, to move towards green is definitely, what I think we'd like to see.
All right. Yeah, I agree. I think the yellow is a prudent approach. I think we heard a lot of feedback on both sides. A lot of parents moving towards green, a lot of staff preferring we start potentially even in red. I think the yellow acknowledges all of that thinking we've heard, and in a way that we can measurably look at how it's going and make adjustments as we need to. My goal is I'd like to see the kids back in a green if we can do so safely, but I certainly understand that it might take a little bit of time to work out those plans. And so I'm in favor of yellow. Vali, did you put your hand back up or did you just not put it down? Okay, perfect. Susanna then.
I just had a question that was raised earlier tonight by one of the community members about kids who are in halftime and wondering about transmission concerns, whether, the whole halftime being so that kids are there only part-time, partly fewer kids at once, but are we concerned about kids who are spending their time when they're not in school with other kids from the other district or in other groups or not?
I mean, I think my understanding of our plan for yellow was more around spacing and getting the habits and rituals in place for what what education looks like this year compared to the normal, and less about cohorting given the green designation from the CDC. But
Okay, just because some districts have been taking it more as we want the cohort side.
Right.
What we've been speaking about is more about the numbers of people. So I just didn't know if the cohort if that was a concern that we were weighing, how we were weighing that with kids interacting with others. Thank you.
I guess one of the questions around that was the sports question. Do we have any? Because I mean, that's another place where there wouldn't really be cohorts, right? If there was going to be sports. So, Maddie.
And the arts.
And the arts, yes. Do we have any info?
Oh, you want info? I mean, we have an athletic plan under the yellow.
Okay, so, but that all is dependent on what MPA says for all the sports, right? Which we don't have any further info on. And the same applies to the co-curriculars and the arts and.
So we're definitely running things like clubs, but we will have to follow the guidelines when it comes to events. And I know there's been a lot of discussions about, how many spectators do you allow, or do you not allow those at all?
Maddie.
In the plan under drama and music, there's a notation that it will be, it'll follow CDC guidelines, and that was an update since our last meeting. And I know there's been a lot of statewide dialogue between the Maine music educators and the CDC asking for more clarifying language. I feel confident that our district has a high regard for arts and athletics. So if anything's changed there, let me know right now so I can raise a ruckus. But is there any information around drama productions and music is there anything out now, or are we just is that pending?
Oof. I know there are things and guidelines around the singing, right? But everything else to me will depend on how many people can get together, and so no, I don't have anything too specific to tell you right now.
But we're generally supportive of making this happen whenever possible.
Oh, absolutely. I think we heard that from the parents loud and clear. If there was something that we were going to redo and do differently, I know there are many things we would have done, right? But I think we would have tried to continue some of the sports and the clubs when we shut down, because that peer interaction was sorely missed by our kids and parents.
Yeah, thank you.
Molly.
Wanted to say that sports practices for the high school are starting the first day of school, the first new day of school, September 8th.
And Craig maybe could give us a quick update about what is the latest around that, Craig.
Yeah, so the only direction that we have at this point is coming from the Maine Principals Association. As you may know, the York and Cumberland County superintendents agreed to extend the suspension of high school summer athletics until August 23rd. On August 24th, the MPA starts its phase 4. And phase 4 on August 24th is fall sports conditioning only. And it's pretty specific what can happen and what can't happen. And then on September 8th is the first day of actual preseason. with first game scheduled to be played on September 18th, if and when we get to games being played.
Thanks, Craig. Jen.
Sorry about that. So I know that Peter Wagner successfully did some camps this summer. My daughter was involved in a basketball camp, and they had the protocols of, you know, checking temperatures and things when they went in to the gym. So I know that we're already doing some stuff. So, I mean, I don't think Peter's on here, but I mean, I think that we've definitely, we're already trying some stuff out this summer. So, and it seems like it's worked really well. So, you know, that's a positive.
He's just super quiet. He actually is on here.
So I might add, since July 6th, all the high schools in the state of Maine, with the exception of those in York and Cumberland County, have been doing in-person coaching at the high school level with summer programs working on individual skill development. They have not been playing games or scrimmaging, but that has been going on at most all high schools outside of York and Cumberland County since July 6th.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is for consideration and approval to reopen schools in the yellow plan.
Can I ask for the clarity of where you'll decide about staff, kids, and the students with disabilities?
I think those were included in the plan, were they not?
Okay, great. Thank you. It's the time of day. I think I'm getting a little foggy. Thank you.
That was my understanding. Did anyone have it differently?
Okay.
Okay. Maddie.
I know we talked about it a moment ago. I just want to reiterate my request for a really robust communication plan. I know we have members of the community and RSU 5 staff that feel like their questions have been heard but not answered. And I know that FAQ has been started, but it's we need to make sure that people feel they're being heard. And we have some discussion here, but not everybody stays on with us super late. So let's get that going, please.
Yes, a huge thank you to the 53 people who have hung in until 11:54. In addition to
future board members.
Future board members, that's right. Maura.
Mine says 83.
That includes that. I was just saying the people other than the board and the employees.
Gotcha. I was wondering about community programs, after school programs, and if those will be continuing in yellow. I know we heard quite a bit about childcare and childcare challenges in the yellow, and that's a huge concern, I think, for me, for our community. When I was wondering if you could speak to whether community programs will be able to offer anything. Thanks.
Peter, can you respond to that and tell us where you are with all of your brainstorming with the administrators?
I can. Yeah, we've been looking at some different options and seeing what is available. The first and most important question that needs to be answered is space. Where would we offer it?
Could I ask that you just speak a little bit louder? I'm getting a little bit of I don't know if you have your windows open, very breezy there, but.
All right. Yeah, so there you go. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, the biggest and most important question up front that would need to be answered is where would we offer this? The schools themselves are quite full, and there's not a whole lot of square footage that remains, anything extra in those buildings. And then staffing is the other part of it. And we would need to have a significant increase in our Laugh and Learn staff on a pretty quick turnaround. in order to make this happen. But anyway, all of that to say, yes, we are looking into it. We are looking at the possibility of space that could be made available through the rental or purchase of mobile units. I'm working with the state office and the fire marshal to take a look at the space that we rent in Freeport Community Services. The spaces that right now are Adult Learning Lab and the Port Teen Center, it appears that we could probably get that place licensed if we need it. And there's quite a bit of space down there, really. Yeah, so we've made some progress, and there are a couple of different options in front of us, and I think that we will be able to offer some sort of childcare in the upcoming year.
Thank you, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments before we vote on the color? Okay, so we will start with Beth.
Yes.
Mara.
Yes.
I vote yes. Bali?
Yes.
Maddie?
Yes.
Jeremy?
Yes.
Candy?
Yes.
Dwight?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
And Susanna?
Guess it doesn't matter now, but yes.
It matters. Every vote matters. Okay, so F on our agenda is consideration and approval to authorize the superintendent to move between the red, yellow, and green levels in the reopening plan throughout the 2020-2021 school year as necessary. Thank you. Motion from Valley, second. Anyone's hand up for a second? Jeremy, thank you. Do you want to speak to this one, Becky?
Yes, this is authorizing me to move between the levels. I obviously, if it's something like what I'm suggesting in October, I will be updating the board with my thinking around that and letting you know how well we're doing in yellow. But there may be occasions that we might have to move quickly. And I would definitely give the board a heads up of my thinking, but I don't think it would allow for like a board vote. So if the data came out on a Friday and it's something that really needed us to move to red quickly, I would be making that decision very much like I do with snow days.
Addie.
I feel very comfortable with moving toward red without our authorization. I guess before moving to green, I would like to know what had changed significantly to enable that to happen, not just at the state level, but you know, what's working well, why is it working well? I just would like I feel like I'd like a little oversight before we move to green.
Susanna.
Just gonna second Maddie on that. That I'm more comfortable with the move to red than I am with authorizing the move to green.
Any other comments or questions on that? Valley.
Yeah, I'm comfortable getting a briefing, and it would be great to have it. I wouldn't want the decision to move to green to be delayed So we could plan ahead and have information in preparation for moving to green. That would make me feel better that we're not delaying everything, so that the schedule for opening matches the schedule for our board meetings, which may or may not.
Just so I understand what you're saying, Valley, you're in favor of a yes on this then? Leaving it in the superintendent's hands. Okay. Jen?
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. I at this point, I feel 100% comfortable that Becky is going to do exactly what, you know, she needs to do. And I don't think that moving to green is an emergency. And she kind of just said, like, if she needs to move in one direction, it would be sort of an emergency, which in my opinion would only be moving to red. So I'd feel very comfortable voting yes on this.
And I could also see a scenario where I need to move one school there. So I'd hate to have to wait for a board vote to do that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this motion? We're starting with Maura.
Yes.
I vote yes. Bali?
Yes.
Maddie?
Yes.
Jeremy?
Yes.
Candy?
Yes.
Dwight?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
And Beth?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Okay. So that, other than the vote to adjourn, don't forget, I don't think I forgot. I haven't forgotten. But I just wanted to just a quick thank you to everybody for hanging in there until 12:03. It is officially Thursday. I apologize for the length of the meeting, but I do think it was a worthwhile effort to get this banged out tonight so that we can start the communication plan and start the implementation now that we know, the route we're taking. So I appreciate everybody hanging in there, board members, administrators, community members. We're losing people quick now. So, but anyway, thank you all very much. I think it was a really good meeting. The last two, we've got a lot of public comment. We heard from a lot of people, and I think we took a lot of what they said to heart and put it into the plan. So, thank you for everybody's help, and thank you for all your work, Dr. Foley, on this. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Everybody's hand goes up. Pick whoever you want, Cynthia. I think everyone's hand went up. Oh God, do I really have to do them in order again? Okay. We start with me. I vote yes. Sally.
Yes, yes.
Maddie.
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yes.
Sandy.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Jen.
Yes.
Susanna.
Yes. And I have a question afterward.
Okay. Beth.
Yes.
And Maura.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are officially adjourned. What's your question, Susanna?
My question was, I'm sorry, I tried to ask this earlier, but, or just before the adjournment, the FAQs and facts. We just got an email from somebody who was asking a question earlier and just saying that we got some of the access to answers, but members of the public haven't necessarily, and what the protocol is for getting answers back. And if there's a time frame, if we're going to have a FAQ section on the website, it's going to be available. It's going to answer some of these questions, what the time frame for that is.
I don't see any reason why that can't be up there, published probably by the end of the day tomorrow, but for sure by Friday.
Okay.
And I also would encourage, I've answered, a ton of individual emails. So if anybody has a burning individual question, please email me also, but we will get those FAQs that we have started up on the website.
Cool, because I'd imagine that lots of people have the same question too. So instead of answering it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. And I will try to get a communication out tomorrow to staff and parents because not everybody's still up at 12:06. So we'll try to get a communication out tomorrow to families and staff about your vote.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.